It is a beautiful sunny day in Southern California. On this Wednesday, the Halos try to avoid the series sweep against the Mariners, who have taken 6 of the last 9 meetings overall between the two teams, as this season series is now tied at 7 games apiece. Hey everyone, welcome to Studio 42 for the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by J. Crew. I'm Erica Wachter. Let's get you set for this matinee matchup between the Mariners and Angels, which we are hoping is a very good one. But first, here's some things to know about MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe, and the best part, it is free. After today, though, we will only have 3 more games during the regular season. Now be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our MLB content. Click that bell icon to receive notifications on all the upcoming games, and YouTube TV subscribers can stream live in an MLB pop-up channel as well as in 4K for 4K plus subscribers. Now before we get you set for today's matchup in Anaheim, let's take a look back at last night's game between the Mariners and Angels.
3 singles in a row after 16 were retired, and now the bases are loaded for Ty France.
He's looking to break an 0 for 13. But the other way, there we go! Frazier scores. Rolling around Haggerty. Ty France doing Ty France things, going opposite field, scores 2, ties it at 2.
So Jose Suarez is removed from the ball game.
He had a perfect game going with 1 out here in the 6th inning, but his night is now over.
Robbie Ray's night is done. 6 innings, 2 runs, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts. Robbie Ray, another great night against the Angels.
First and second, 2 outs for Adam Frazier. Hit it hard down the line. That is a fair ball. Everybody runs. Gino's going to score. This Sally showed some good speed. He's going to score. Digging for 3 and getting there with a dive. Adam Frazier, a 2-run triple. Insurance tallies for the Mariners here in the 9th. Come get some, Julio. Get some more here. Hit it hard. Right field. Deep. And it is a home run for Julio. A 2-run shot with 2 outs, and it takes the lead to 8-2 Mariners.
Another big rally there late. This team loves to score late in the game, so let's take a look at this Mariners lineup for today's game, facing off against Angels starter Touki Toussaint and going for their 7th win in the last 10 games against the Angels. Seattle's young phenom Julio Rodriguez hits in the 2-hole. J-Rod leads all rookies in homers, RBI, and total bases. Mitch Haniger in the cleanup spot. He's hitting .362 with a pair of home runs and 5 RBI over his last 13 games. And then take a look there in the 9th spot. How about Sam Haggerty in left? So far in August, he's 15 for 39. That's .385. He's been a real spark plug for this Mariners team. As for the Angels, 15 games under 500 and looking to avoid being swept here this afternoon. They're facing Mariners rookie starter George Kirby. Shohei Ohtani, he is doing what Shohei Ohtani always does, and that is producing. Over his last 16 games, he is hitting .305 with 5 homers and 9 RBI. Luis Rengifo hitting 3rd at third base. He did all the scoring for the Angels last night with a solo home run in the 1st and then an RBI single in the 3rd inning to account for their 2 runs. Now, you will notice there is still no Mike Trout in that lineup. He hasn't played since July 12th with a back issue, but there is some optimism that he will play Friday when the Angels open up a 3-game series in Detroit. Now let's get the polls from Anaheim from the guys who are calling the game. Here's Scott Braun and Yonder Alonso.
Beautiful weather, as always, in Anaheim as we get ready for the Mariners and the Angels, and we're just coming off our manager meeting. So let's start with Seattle, since they're the team that is fighting for a playoff spot for the first time in over 2 decades. Scott Servais has done a really nice job of managing games late, Yonder, but also, you pointed this out when we were meeting with him, he keeps it loose in the clubhouse in unique ways.
Yeah, and it's funny, you know, he always talks about that fun differential style they play. Look, and I think when you look at this roster and the way it's developed, there's a bunch of young guys. There's a bunch of young guys that want to play and really have fun. You know, he even talked about that. Julio Rodriguez, during a players-only meeting, he said, hey, I've been here before. This is the only thing I want to do. I want to play some baseball, and I want to win on top of that. it's been a pleasure to watch. And there's a reason why they keep winning these 8th-inning games. They keep winning these one-run games because they just play and have a good time.
A relaxed rookie, which I love from J-Rod. And he's super talented. So you can come in, you can kick back and say, hey, I'm just having a great time, loving what I'm doing. This team in a playoff position for now. Angels, not the case. Of course, Ohtani in the lineup, so we're always excited to see him. Do you still feel that way when you watch Shohei Ohtani and you go, even when he's not pitching, this is something that I might never see again? A superstar at two very unique positions. That's why also when you're even talking about can you trade this guy in the future, you need to get a haul for 2 players, not one.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at him and you see him every day, you kind of want to see him pitch every day. You want to see him in the lineup every day. It's so much to ask for this Anaheim Angels club. But even talking about it with Phil Nevins, he's like, I don't see any other way than watching a two-way player guy, because he's a two-way player. We've never seen it before. It's been fantastic to watch every single day. And look, there's a reason why he's second in WAR behind Aaron Judge, who everybody's counting on being the MVP. Not so fast. I think Ohtani's got to run from. I think he's got his better years ahead, his better months ahead of him. And I think these next 2 months are going to be very pitiful for him.
So those are 2 good sneak peeks of what we'll talk about amongst many other things. But Ohtani, do you trade him in the offseason? Is he an MVP this year? All that and so much more. George Kirby's also a rookie stud for the Mariners. He'll be starting in this one. We'll see you for game time.
And we're looking forward to that call, guys. Thanks so much. Let's get to our poll question now. How will the Mariners season play out? Here are our options. Play in the World Series, win at least one postseason series, lose in the wild card round, or miss the postseason. Get your votes in, and we will reveal the results at the end of the show. All right, we've got much more to come from Angel Stadium as we get you set for first pitch coming your way at the top of the hour. When we return, we'll check in with the Angels' Andrew Velasquez, who will join Amy Gutierrez from the ballpark. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, baseball fans, live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by J.Crew. Let's send it to Anaheim, where Amy Gutierrez is joined by Andrew Velasquez.
So you've moved around a lot, Andrew, in a short amount of time in your career, 5 teams in 4 years. And what came to mind for me first is just what's been difficult about moving around so much, but also what has been beneficial about that.
I've kind of gotten used to the nomadic lifestyle. I think that's kind of by nature what you do in baseball. But I got a chance to be at home for a little bit, which is really nice. But I thoroughly enjoy kind of being everywhere. And if I'm going to be somewhere, California's pretty nice. Yeah.
It's pretty nice here. I'm a California girl. I'll own up to that. But when you say you got to be at home for a little bit, you got to be with the Yankees, and you wrote a letter to yourself in kindergarten that you wanted to be a baseball player. I'm assuming the Yankees were where you wanted to end up. What was that like to have that moment come full circle for you?
Pretty awesome. In the letter, it's kind of funny because I didn't say I wanted to play for the Yankees. I was just like, I want to work at Yankee Stadium, so I could have been a vendor. Who knows? Yeah, it would have still been, the dream come true. But no, it was amazing. It kind of just feels surreal, and it happened so quick. But I think in the moment, I did a good job of enjoying kind of the experience. And it wasn't just for me. I think like for my father who played baseball, and he always wanted to kind of play, and just kind of seeing me out there, I think he lived through me with that, yeah.
Absolutely, live vicariously through you. And what was so special about your time back in New York with your family is you stayed with your folks during homestands. So that time is very special. What has been the hardest for you transitioning all the way out to the West Coast? What do you miss most about that time with your folks?
Just being close to them. I think, you grow up there. I kind of went to school in New York. I didn't go to college, so I would go there in the off-season, every off-season. But just the distance is always hard. But, I mean, phones make it so easy now to just FaceTime. But the home cooking, like I was saying, yeah, I told you before this, my mom's love language is cooking and making good food, and she is really good at it. So mainly the food, yeah.
Favorite dish?
Lasagna. She makes a really good lasagna, yeah. We grew up in an Italian neighborhood, so... Yeah.
Keeping it real. You have emerged as one of the best defensive players in this game, and I know that where you grew up, the field you played on, maybe not the most optimal conditions. Your dad talked about it. Will you share a little bit about what that field was like and how it benefited you in today's game, your defense?
It wasn't really one field in particular. I mean, like, we had a park across the street, and it was cement, so we would go over there, and I'd be diving, getting raspberries all over. But, like, it was public parks. In the Bronx, there's so many parks. So we would just kind of, whatever park we were close to or we could find that was open, we'd go there. And they were all pretty bad for the most part, so a lot of bad hops. So I learned how to have really good feet from that, yeah.
Great. So in New York, you get to play with Judge. In L.A., you get to play with Ohtani. And, obviously they're front runners for the AL MVP. What is something you have learned from each of them in this game?
Just the way they go about their business. I think anytime they step in the box, they're very informed and prepared. And that coupled with their talent is pretty incredible, and it shows on a nightly basis. I mean, I'm honored, and I'm a baseball fan before I'm a player, so just being that close to them and watching them work is pretty awesome.
Well, let's just name drop then, because you also get to play with Mike Trout, and I know getting him back is so important to you guys. It's obvious the impact he has on the field, but what kind of mental lift does Mike Trout bring to this team?
I mean, you're talking about a Hall of Fame player right now if he stopped playing. So just his presence and watching him work as well. I think, and watching him perform is pretty amazing what he can do in a short period of time. Yeah.
I saved the best for last, which is I love that he wore this shirt. Your nickname is Squid. What's the story behind it?
Probably this. The shirt is self-explanatory. There's a bunch of gloves on all the tentacles, so I think that's pretty fitting for the name, yeah.
But it's the back that's the best. Will you turn around really fast so I can show it? Yeah. So 70% of the world is covered by water. The rest is covered by squid. And it was given to you in the minors, yeah, by the Diamondbacks?
Yeah. One of the coaches. Well, two of the coaches. So I got to see one of the coaches this year, too, with the Phillies. So it's nice.
So he obviously covers a lot of ground, and we'll end with this. The team, he's very popular, well-liked, and the team had a Dress Like Squid Day earlier this season. What would you consider your style, and which teammate nailed it?
I'd probably say Duffy did a really good job. Nevin's over here. He did a really good job as well. I think those two were top two. But my style is a lot of vintage clothing right now, but pretty baggy. I'm just trying to be comfy and wear stuff that I like and that I feel good in. And I think that's the name of the game with dressing, yeah.
Fantastic to get to know you more. Thanks so much, Andrew.
Thank you.
It is time now for our YouTube Creator Spotlight. This week we feature Christopher Williams, a.k.a. Light Skin Chris. Chris is an Angels fan whose channel specializes in streaming MLB The Show's Dynasty Mode. So I'm really excited to learn a little bit about video games and YouTube because this is so fun. And we want to welcome Chris into the show now. Chris, thanks so much for joining us first and foremost.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm doing great out here in California. How you doing?
Oh, I love to hear that. All things good here in Jersey as well. So let's get right to it. Can you tell us about how you play the show, specifically for those like me who may not know what Dynasty Mode and pulling packs is?
So Diamond Dynasty is like you have your current players and you have your players from the past. So you have your Babe Ruths, you have your Ken Griffey Jr.'s. And you can pretty much use any of those cards that they have the rights to. So Ken Griffey Jr. in the game, you have guys like Mike Trout in the game as well, your current day, your past as well. And you can pretty much pull packs, get those cards within packs. I have some pretty cool pulls that we'll talk about hopefully later. But pretty much using cards from the past, current day, assembling a team and being the manager of your own in-game roster is pretty much what Diamond Dynasty is, and playing against online people around the world. It's awesome.
I love that. So you have everyone at your disposal. It has to be so much fun. You're selling me on it quite a bit here. And you just mentioned you pulled some pretty cool packs. What is the most exciting card that you have ever pulled?
It's got to be Mike Trout.
Okay.
If you haven't played Diamond Dynasty, you don't know how much he goes for, but he's like winning the lottery in MLB The Show, basically. It's pulling Mike Trout is amazing. It's like you pulled the best card in the game, at least when the game first starts, he is. So really expensive card, and it's awesome. It's like winning the lottery, and I've pulled Trout a couple times. It's been an amazing and interesting celebration, I'm sure you can see.
We are seeing that celebration that you're talking about, and I would love to see if you actually won the lottery, if that's how excited you are about Mike Trout, because that was a fantastic celebration. So I'm not sure if this would lead to your next answer. You are an Angels fan. You love Mike Trout. But who is your favorite card to play with in the game overall?
So I love Mike Trout. I love to use him. He's so fun to use in the game. He's great. But I got to go with Ken Griffey Jr.
Yes.
For me, I wasn't able to watch his, best days growing up because I'm pretty young, but he's really fun to use in the game. He's got an amazing swing. First off, he's got a great swing. And there's always, in MLB The Show 22, there's some guys that don't have the greatest swing, but Ken Griffey's swing is just like real life. That thing is definitely going to hit a lot of baseballs. Perfect, what it would be called in MLB The Show 22. So he's got a smooth, great swing, so fun to use. And I love Mike Trout, but I got to go Ken Griffey Jr. there.
I love it. Who doesn't love playing with the kid? That's just fantastic stuff there. Now, You have different ratings with these cards, and you're all about pulling the packs. But if you could explain to us, is there a player out there right now that you think is actually better than what their card currently is?
So there's a couple of underrated cards, shall I say, like Jose Ramirez. I love Jose Ramirez. J-Ram. He's really good. I feel like he doesn't get as much hype as he should playing there with the Cleveland Guardians, but switch hitter, great swing. I love to use him in the game. I love to watch him in real life too. Really good player. And I would say he's one of the more underrated that I've used in the game. I always love using him, and he's definitely a lot higher than what I would rank him within the game and in real life as well. I love J-Ram.
All right, I like that. I like the insight there from you. Of course, the expert would know. But let's switch over to the actual game happening on the field here today. You are huge Angels fans. We've been saying that. Do you have a favorite moment from watching the Halos?
I do, and that was Jared Weaver's no-hitter in 2012. It was 2012. But there's another moment that I love as well. So it goes back to, I believe, 2015. It was Mike Trout robbing, I think, Jesus Montero of a 2-run home run, or whatever home run. I forgot if it was a 3-run home run. But nonetheless, let's talk about that play, right? So Mike Trout jumps on the wall, pretty much keeps himself up and makes this catch. And I don't know how it's not talked about as much as I feel like that's one of the greatest catches I've seen in the history. I mean, that being there in person, it was like watching Superman jump up on the wall and catch the baseball. It was crazy. I just replaying that home run robbery in my head. It's like, that play was amazing. I feel like it should be talked about more, but Mike Trout just makes everything look so easy. So he just made that amazing play look so easy, but that's got to be one of my top moments being an Angels fan, is being there and watching that in person. It looked like Superman jumping on the wall and making that play. It was an amazing catch.
I love that. We can feel the passion as you were talking about it. But to your point, he does make everything look so easy. And as a Jersey girl, I'm always rooting for that Jersey boy as well. Now, we'll switch gears a little bit with this Angels team because sadly and understandably, there's been some turmoil surrounding them this season, including Shohei Ohtani's future with the club. What do you think they should do? Hold on to him or trade him for prospects?
So I'm not the biggest prospect guy. Obviously, you can get a really big haul for a guy like Shohei Ohtani, right? So the Angels situation is obviously I think we can say that probably not making the playoffs this season. So next year is a really big year. We have a lot of money to spend in free agency. So hopefully we put the money in, the right spots and get the correct accusations here on the team. So for the Angels right now, we have Anthony Rendon injured, out for the rest of the season. And having him come back next year is going to be huge. Having him in that 3-hole or cleanup hole, whether he's in front of Mike Trout or behind Mike Trout with Ohtani as your 2, 3, 4 hitters, it can be a great offense. We've seen it April and May. They had a really good record, and then, we've had some injuries, and that's where we're at now. So we have a lot of money to spend in the offseason. I think the Angels can, make a run next season, but the money needs to be spent at the correct spots. But going back on Shohei Ohtani, I feel like if the Angels are in a spot where they're not making the playoffs next season and they, perhaps need to sell, they might trade him for prospects. But I'm hoping that we can, be contenders next season and potentially re-sign Shohei to probably a record-breaking deal. I'm sure he'd get a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, that would pretty much be a guarantee. You certainly know your team, and we appreciate you spending some time with us here on the YouTube pregame show. Keep up the great content on YouTube. And, again, Chris Williams, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great, wonderful rest of your day.
All right, coming up, we'll keep the fun rolling as we get ready for Mariners Angels. We are just minutes away from first pitch at Angel Stadium.
Right now, the Mariners looking for the tie. They would take a fly ball. They would love a base hit into the gap, and they could win it with Junior speed.
Everybody's going to be straight away. Edgar sprays it all over. All right, ball hit right center. I can definitely go first to third. Left center, first to third. Left field line is a little softer. If it stays down there, I can go from first to home. It's my field, so I know home field, so here it is.
Tie run on third base, and no balls and a strike to Martinez.
Swung on the line, down the left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy.
I score easy. I turn around, to see where Junior was.
It's coming alive.
He was flying. Never seen him run that fast before.
Here is Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in.
My wife goes, I didn't know you could run that fast. I go, shh, I ain't supposed to show that all the time.
The throw to the plate will be late. I don't believe it. It just continues. My, oh my.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by J.Crew. Fans watching our YouTube Game of the Week now have their choice of listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click the gear icon in your player. Choose audio tracks and select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of the home and away radio calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway. And in addition to our classic broadcast featuring Scott and Yonder, we also have an alternate broadcast for today's game featuring the biggest names in sports, gaming, food, fashion, and much more. So let's learn more about this special broadcast. And for that, we send it over to our hosts, Lauren Gardner and Cameron Maben.
What's up, Erica? Lauren Gardner, Cameron Maben here with you, and we are pumped to get set here for this altcast. Never been done before because we're going to talk about, we'll have the game on, but we're going to be talking about all things pop culture and lifestyle.
And I love it. This is a great time. Teenagers, the young viewers, hey, the older viewers, learn something different. Tune in today. We've got a great group, amazing cast, some amazing content creators coming through to teach us some things. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait.
The food space, makeup space, and all sorts of different things. It's going to be fantastic. We have people from sports and baseball. We're going to have a box break. We have all sorts of creators. Bill Nye the Science Guy. I grew up on him.
We learned a lot from Bill Nye. Thank you for teaching us so much throughout our, our childhood and our time. It's amazing.
It's going to be great. All you have to do is scan the QR code down here to watch the alternate cast. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have fun.
Tune in, first of its kind, and we get to watch a baseball game. Let's go.
Best of all worlds.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. Sounds like a really fun time. And now it is time to get analytical with StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. And for that, we bring in our friend Sarah Langs from MLB.com. Sarah, thanks as always for joining us. Lots to talk about with this matchup here this afternoon. So let's begin with Shohei Ohtani. We know he is a phenom both on the mound and at the plate. But let's dig into his offense a little bit more. What exactly makes him so effective at the dish?
Part of what makes him so incredible is how hard and how well he hits the ball. So if we take a look at the top 5 this year in Major League Baseball in barrels, you can see here he has 53 barrels this season, which is 5th most in the majors. So what is a barrel? A barrel is a batted ball with the ideal combination of launch angle and exit velocity. They're usually extra base hits, usually a double, maybe a triple or a home run. And if you take a look at these power hitters on the list, Aaron Judge, Austin Riley, Kyle Schwarber, Yordan Alvarez, and Shohei Ohtani. He is the only one who also has more than 100 strikeouts on the mound, and that's what makes him so incredible.
It really is something special to be witnessing. Meantime, for the M's, Julio Rodriguez, he is in the midst of a breakout rookie campaign. What is it about J-Rod's skill set that has helped him really just explode onto the scene here?
Explode is a perfect word, because the stat I want to talk about with him is guys who are in the 90th percentile or better in both hard hit rate and sprint speed. And these are the guys who are, as you said, explosive. Mike Trout, Julio Rodriguez, and Byron Buxton. These are your ultimate power speed combos. When you think of Julio Rodriguez, he is the type of guy who definitely seems to have a 40-40 season at some point in his future. He's hitting the ball hard. He's running really fast on the base path. And of course, that also helps him in center field. He is a joy to watch, and there are some really fun players in this game today.
There really is a lot to look forward to in this one, and we can't wait to see what his future is like, because certainly it will be bright. Sarah Langs, appreciate the insight as always. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Let's get our picks to click going now, presented by FanDuel. My producer, John, gave me some very nice options for this. So let's make some predictions on today's game in Anaheim. Our first prompt, which player will record 2 or more hits today? I'm going to ride the hot hands here after his big night on Tuesday and going with Luis Rengifo. As we told you earlier in the show, he did all of the scoring for the Angels yesterday, and he is batting .308 now with 3 homers and 8 RBI during a 6-game hit streak. Next question now. Which player will hit a home run today? All right, I'm sorry if it's obvious, but I just have to go with the rookie phenom, Julio Rodriguez. J-Rod is on pace for 26 homers and 29 steals. So he's got an outside shot at joining Mike Trout as the only rookies to record a 30-30 season. So certainly I am pulling for him. Now let's get to the results from our poll. We asked you, how will the Mariners season play out? And 43% of you said they will win at least one postseason series. So that is a big winner there. And, you know, we'll see what happens, because moving forward the rest of the way this season, they actually have the easiest schedule remaining. Their opponents have a combined winning percentage of .443. And as we are just over a minute away from first pitch, let's dive deeper into this pitching matchup. George Kirby gets the start for the Mariners, making his 3rd start of the season against these Angels. He's 4-3 and has a .339 ERA in his 16 starts. Kirby defeated the Angels on August 6th in Seattle, allowing 1 run over 6 innings in a 2-1 Mariners victory. As for the Angels, it'll be Touki Toussaint making his 4th appearance and 2nd start for the Angels after coming over from the Braves in July. He's 1-0 with a 2.70 ERA this season. Toussaint took a no decision in his last start on Wednesday against Oakland, tossing 5 scoreless innings and striking out 6 batters. So We are excited to see how this one plays out. Right now, the season series is tied at 7 games apiece. And it's the Mariners looking for their 7th win in their last 10 tries against Anaheim. That does it for our pregame show for our entire team here at MLB Network. I'm Erica Wachter. Thanks so much for hanging with us. Now let's send things out to the West Coast. Enjoy the game, everyone.
Ideal baseball weather every day in Orange County. That's not a bad place to hang out either. And this population is also fortunate to have the world's most interesting ball player center stage. A developing storyline for the visiting side is their playoff chase. It's been a minute. This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by J. Crew. The Seattle Mariners have one more with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim at Angels Stadium. Scott Braun, along with my good friend Yonder Alonso. All kinds of canceled flights held him back last week. It's good to see you
I'm
again.
just happy to be here, and of course, in Anaheim. Are you kidding me? This weather, unbelievable.
And next time, I'm going to get you private jets the rest of the way. I got you. No
Hey,
problem.
he's got it. He knows people.
I've got a guy. Also, I know the Seattle Mariners are a team that is a force, just kind of like last year, except there's an extra playoff team that'll get in this year that puts them in a better position. When was the last time they made the playoffs, by the way?
Oh, my goodness. It feels like, what, 22 years?
2001. Huh. What do you think makes this team different and convinces you that they could make the playoffs this year?
Well, listen, I think when we talk about the three horsemen, they also play with a fun differential, and Scott Service said that. But for me, it talks about Julio Rodriguez, Ty France, and Mitch Haniger. Obviously, the 21-year-old on pace for 30-30. And what can you say about Ty France? With runners in scoring position, this guy goes to work. Over a 350 average, 407 on base percentage. This guy was born to hit. And I think this is the crucial guy in that lineup, Mitch Haniger. Yes, we know he's doing it on both sides of the field. He's a very special player for the Seattle Mariners. They are definitely relying on him. This guy is going to come up clutch when it comes to winning baseball games in the right time.
And the only one in that three, France, not in the lineup today. The other two are. Carlos Santana's going to start, who Scott Service said has been a really nice addition to the ball club. They have magic. Just like last year, it was a slower start for them, but as you can see, since late June, they have been a force again. They are so strong in the late innings. Yeah. They've outscored the Angels in the first 2 games. In this one, just in the 9th inning alone, 9-0. Now, for the Angels, all the talk, especially right now where they're not in a playoff position, is about Shohei Ohtani. MVP last year. He's, guess what? Breaking news. He's still a unicorn, isn't he?
Yeah, he has been. And look, when I look at him, we're looking at an offensive player, but I think this year he's been really, really good, and he's made some adjustments on the pitching side. Look, we know he's an ace. He's really turned himself in an ace. He's attacking hitters, and absolutely, we know what he can do with a bat. There's no question about it. He's also made adjustments with that. We talk about the first 29 games, wasn't so good. Last 84 games, a lot better. On-base percentage over 370, slugging over 549. It's funny, when you talk about him, you talk about how special he is, and we talk about the WAR leader and what Aaron Judge has been doing with a 6.9 WAR. But with Ohtani, this guy can absolutely do it, and I think in a month and a half of baseball left, I think he's going to raise to that level.
You think he might win MVP?
I think so.
I like that. We'll get into that. 10-plus wins, 10-plus homers. I got you, babe. Only 2 have done it in a single season in Major League history. He had 3 hits yesterday, Ohtani, including a triple. He's in there again. We'll get to lineups, and then it's first pitch time in Anaheim, coming at you globally on YouTube. Oh, hey, it's Yonder's parking lot on the water. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by J. Crew with
Mariners starting lineup is announced by their manager Scott Service. Looks like this today. Leading off, second baseman Adam Frazier. Batting second in center field, Julio Rodriguez. Hitting third, designated hitter Jesse Winker. In the cleanup spot in right field, Mitch Haniger. Batting fifth over third base, Eugenio Suarez. Hitting sixth, the shortstop J.P. Crawford. Batting seventh, first baseman Carlos Santana. Hitting eighth behind the plate, Cal Raleigh. And batting ninth out in left field, Sam Haggerty. On the mound for the Mariners, record of 4-3 and a 3.39 ERAs, right-hander George Kirby. Angels starting lineup as announced by interim manager Phil Nevin looks like this. Leading off, second baseman David Fletcher. Batting second, designated hitter Shohei Ohtani. Hitting third over third base, Luis Rengifo. In the cleanup spot in right field, Taylor Ward. Batting fifth over at first base, Jared Walsh. Hitting sixth behind the plate today, Kurt Suzuki. Batting seventh out in left field, Steven Duggar. Hitting eighth, shortstop Andrew Velasquez. And batting ninth out in center field, Magneuris Sierra. On the mound for the Halos with a record of 1-0 and a 2.70 ERA, making his second start as a Halo. Right-hander Touki Toussaint.
Beautiful Wednesday in Anaheim.
As we get closer to the first pitch and all the action here today at the Big A. Here's my partner, Terry Smith.
Well, thank you, Mark Langston, and good afternoon, everyone. As we get ready for Angels baseball, Halos should be taking the field shortly. Angels today will be going with the white tops and bottoms, red numerals and lettering, and the Mariners will go with the same look they've had for the first two games of this series. They have the very dark blue tops and the gray pants. Touki Toussaint and the Angels should be headed out to the field momentarily. Angels record coming into today's ball game, 51-66. Seattle is 64-54. The Mariners right now are leading the wild card race in the American League. They have a game and a half advantage on Tampa Bay in the number 2 spot. Toronto's in the 3rd spot, but there are a number of other teams knocking on the door. Baltimore is only a half game back as far as the 3rd wild card spot, and Minnesota and the Chicago White Sox are each just 1 game back as far as that final wild card spot. Still plenty of time to get all that settled, and it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out.
Just got to throw it right down the middle and let the action happen. Limit traffic. We know we got those big poppers. We know they can run. Julio Rodriguez got to be able to protect him a little bit and hopefully get the guys behind him.
And this is what we're talking about. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. The arsenal for Touki Toussaint features a sinker, which used to be the four-seamer. He's switched to that pitch, which many actually are kind of steering towards that direction now, which goes against what we've seen over the past 5-6 years in Major League Baseball. And then 2 strikeout pitches with the curve and the splitter, too.
Yeah, and look, I remember him facing him when he was a closer. So he's got two pitches that are plus. We understand the type of stuff he's got. A South Florida native, a guy who's a first-rounder. High expectations for him. And listen, Phil Nevin, he talked about him. He loved him. He loves what he's seen so far. I think his last start was a really good one. We know it was Oakland. They chased a little bit out of the zone. Will Seattle be doing that tonight?
This ball club has some discipline. I mean, Adam Frazier is going to lead the way, and he's been much better lately. He also has numbers in his career. It's small, but 2 for 2 with the double lifetime against Toussaint.
Yeah, and for Adam Frazier, you look at him, and first 80 games weren't so good, hitting under 220, but he's picked it up as of late. Last 36 games, over 313, 369 on base percentage. This guy, he's a hit factor first. He's got really good speed, and he's going to work the count.
We are underway globally on YouTube, and there's your first take. Fastball, he lays off it, and there are the numbers you're referring to. Looking much more like his all-star self lately. First-time all-star last year.
Heads up.
I'm always ready. Mariners 64-54 going for the sweep this afternoon. Season series is split between the Angels and the M's. Each have won 7 against each other. Angels at 51-66 on the season. And Frazier ships one to center. Sierra on it for out number 1.
Yeah, we know the action right there by Touki Toussaint going with the fastball. That two-seamer was a good pitch down in the zone. 1-1 counts are going to be huge for Touki. He's got to be able to win those counts. If he's able to win those counts, then he can go into that split and that curveball action to hopefully get a strikeout.
Great matchup here with Julio Rodriguez, who thought he had his 19th home run of the season a couple days ago off Ohtani. It was ruled a foul ball. Yesterday, he made it count. Rookie leader in homers at 19 on the season. And also yesterday, his 9th 3-hit game of the year. Ready for it?
This is the thing that for me is so special about this 21-year-old. A guy who not only is a cool guy, he can go the other way with it. He can hit the ball the other way. Look, when you look at him as a hit factor, it's an approach that it's a veteran approach. He's looking out there to get a base hit first, uses athleticism, but if you hang it, he's going to make you pay.
That was 376 feet opposite field, 106 off the bat yesterday. The rookie, an all-star at 21 years old, and really stole the show at the home run derby, even though he didn't win it.
And I love Scott Service, what he said today during our meeting. He was raving about him, but how cool and calm he is for a 21-year-old, having an offensive meeting one day. And Scott said, hey, Julio, he was the last guy to talk. He said, what do you got? He was just raving about how much fun he has playing baseball every single day. It's the one thing he knows how to do, the one thing he always wanted to do and do for a long time. And as we see him here in the 2022 Home Run Derby in LA, I think that was the moment of, hey, this is Julio Rodriguez, and this is kind of that welcoming party to the big leagues.
He's down on strikes. Looks back. I mean, that was definitely in there. In that derby, by the way, 32 homers round 1, 31 in round 2 to defeat Pete Alonso, who's the 2-time champ. This one's in there, though, Yonder.
Yeah, it's that two-seamer. Knee high, good pitch, down and in. For Touki right there, if you're working down, you know, and you're working with that two-seamer, letting that action speak for itself, it's going to be a tough day for the Seattle Mariners hitters. They got to try to get him up and hopefully make some mistakes with his off-speed.
Outside.
Ball 1 to Jesse Winker, another guy who is one of the best in the biz.
Hey, birthday boy.
Birthday boy, too, but best in the biz at taking walks, spitting at pitches. You can see the 343 on base percentage, number 2 in the American League in walks. He's 29 today.
29 years old, man. I remember when I was 29.
It wasn't that long ago, bud. You're the same dude. In fact, you might be getting younger.
What did it say? Fine wine.
Yes. Or Benjamin Button going backwards.
Right.
That's what some of my family members think. And it's ball 3 to Winker. So here's the thing with Toussaint. You're wondering, does he go to a different team? You get a change of scenery. You get some different advice from the coaching staff, the front office. Does it change things? One of the tips was just, hey, aim down the middle because your stuff moves.
Yeah, well, Phil Nevin talked about that, and he said, you know, they've done a great job with him. The biomechanics staff here for the Anaheim Angels, they've done a preserved job with him, and they've kind of fixed a little bit of his mechanics, and they've said, hey, trust your stuff. Your stuff is playable, even when, you know, you might be 3-1, you might be 2-1. Let your actions speak.
A little wild there for that at bat and to the wrong guy because he is not going to swing out of the zone. A 2-out walk for Winker.
Winker taking off his leg guard and everything right by the dugout.
Yeah. He does it himself, doesn't hand it on to someone. We just showed you also the change in repertoire for Touki. Two-seamer instead of the four-seamer these days. On to Mitch Haniger.
What a teammate. Great egg right there. Comes to play every day, puts his work in. One of the first guys in the stadium. Loves to prepare for a baseball game. I mean, you're talking about a guy who countless hours of video work.
Roller, and that's going to retire the side. Yeah, I heard what, like 2-3 hours a day?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Sure, he got good grades in high school. Mariners and Angels just starting. We'll intro the Angels starting 9 coming up.
In today's race, we've got the Kremlin Nom Nom going against Kremlin Pop. And last but not least, the Kremlin Soft Serve Swirl. All right, who do you think's going to win? Pick your Kremlin Frozen Treat winner. I'm going to go with Nom Nom. This is fun to say. All right, and they are off. Looks like Nom Nom's in the lead, getting bumped around though, and gives Swirl his. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, so it's Pop in the lead now. There's my guy Nom Nom taking the lead, being assertive, and trying to stay in the lead as we round third. They're going back and forth, and it's gonna wait. Okay, Swirl's back in it. Who's it gonna be though? It's gonna be Nom Nom or Pop. Oh, it is my guy Nom Nom. Nom Nom was winner. Hopefully you chose correctly, but either way, go get yourself some Kremlin. It's available here at Angel Stadium. Leading off for your Angels, second baseman, number 22, David.
Time for the hometown Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim starting 9. David Fletcher to lead off, and then Shohei Ohtani, all-world two-way sensation. The lefty bat at DH. Rengifo with homers in back-to-back games. Taylor Ward was off to a blazing start this year. Jared Walsh, an all-star last year. Kurt Suzuki, Duggar, Velazquez, and Sierra to round out the 9 for Phil Nevin, skipper of the Angels. And this is what they have to go up against. The rookie, George Kirby, who really just had one blip. On the radar. He had a bad start against the Baltimore Orioles. If you take that clunker away, 7 runs, 4 innings. The other 15, a 2.78 mark. He's a stud.
Yeah, he is. And we talked to Scott Service about it. He said, hey, unknown territory, right? This is a guy who's never pitched this many innings. Every start for him, they look at the stress that he takes on each and every day, but they have really high hopes for him.
The right-hander making his 17th start of the season. Born in 1998. Last time around, beat the Rangers on the road, 5 2/3, 2 runs, 7 hits, a walk, 5 strikeouts, 83 pitches. David Fletcher fouls that one off.
Yeah,
0-2 against him.
And and this is a situation when we're going to break him down right now with Kirby. He lives in the corners. He attacks with fastballs. I love the fact that he just doesn't walk anybody. His off speed needs to be stopped. We know the OPS with the slider hasn't been so good, but he's got a really good changeup. And of course, you got to charge that battery. His last start, 3rd inning, has some problems with the hit comms, and sure enough, he was nasty after that.
I was going to say, what, you mean get your rest, charge your battery? No, literally your battery needs to be charged. Fletcher in the air. Who's got it? The center fielder, Julio, all over it for out number 1. This is what we're talking about halfway through his start on Friday, 3rd inning. Hold up. New pitch comp, please. Can't hear.
We need them all.
Charge your batteries, kids, on your pitch comps. Come on. Didn't you learn that growing up?
I love it.
That's good. I like that. Sneaking that in.
I work
there.
for my teammates.
The big man. 3 hits yesterday. Opposite field triple. And first one fouled off.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of first pitch swinging today by the Angels. Reasons for that is because Kirby just doesn't walk anybody. This is a guy who it's unbelievable in the strike zone. He comes right at you. He's not really fazed by anybody. He knows that his stuff is playable, and he can certainly make it work.
On the ground, that gets through. 3 infielders on the right side. He finds the right spot, and it's a 1-out single for Ohtani.
It's unbelievable when you have the strength and you can stay through a baseball, especially on that good changeup down and in. Look at him just stay through that ball. That the top hand just never rolls over after contact. Reason you get hard hits like that on the ground and they're able to get through a shift is because of those reasons. Shohei Ohtani, not only can he do it on the pitching side, but I'm just so impressed by the adjustments and the maturity he's had this year offensively.
105 off the bat. That's why he gets through. Some good mustard on that one on the ground. Hottest hitter for the team at the plate right now in Luis Rengifo. Geefy, they call him. Homers in back-to-back games. Get going with the live chat too.
It's a great story.
Yeah, it is.
Great story, Scott. I mean, you know, you talk about Rengifo, his first 37 games, right? About 200 he hit. But after that, last 46 games, 21 extra base hits, 25 RBIs. And when we talked about it with Phil, he said, how can you not put him in the lineup? He's played every game for me. And when you take him out of the lineup, when you're doing the lineup, you say, I just can't do it. I got to put him in every day. And he's earned that spot.
He's hitting third. Didn't go around. Ball 2. Austin Kleschka in the commentary section. Yes, can we talk about how hot Rengifo is? Absolutely. Look at him since the All-Star break. We've got you covered.
Yeah, and I think for me, he's made adjustments, especially in the slugging department against breaking balls. He's been able to deposit those, a much better approach when it comes to that. But I love the ability. He's on top of the dish, where you see most lefties, big lefties, wanting to have some space. He's actually on the opposite side. He wants to be on top of this home plate, make Kirby feel really uncomfortable. And right now, 2-0, he can take a shot on a heater, especially up in the zone, and absolutely demolish it.
25-year-old Venezuelan native.
Oh, he took a shot right there, didn't he? He knew he was going to get that fastball. That fastball obviously down and away. Tough pitch to drive, but he was certainly ready for it. You know, this 2-1 counts are really good breaking ball counts. I would like to see Shohei maybe go here.
Slider, sinker so far in the matchup. And kind of a half swing there. And Frazier will put him away.
Scotty, that's a tougher play than it looks right there by Frazier. You got the runner, you got a high chopper. You don't know if the pitcher's going to get it. Ohtani gets in the way of the view of the ground ball. Rengifo is absolutely smelling a base hit. He takes his time with it when it comes to Frazier. Doesn't panic at all. Makes the routine play, understanding that he has one play only. And, of course, gets the first baseman that high throw. A lot easier to see if it was a throw more into his feet. A lot harder to catch.
On to Taylor Ward. Remember how he started the season? I mean, whoa. He was on fire. And the Angels actually cut Justin Upton in spring training to open up more playing time for him, for Brandon March, who's since been traded to the Phillies, for Joe Adell. He was hurt out the first 8 games with a left groin strain, and then April AL Player of the Month, Taylor Ward.
Yeah, and you know, something that ticks out to me is when you look at his batting stance. Most guys that slug, most guys that are really good hitters in our game today, they're barrels, right? They're upright. And when we talk about him right now, his barrel's super flat. Reasons for that, that's why he's so good with fastballs up in the zone. It's a shorter move. You can just kind of stay through plane on that. When you look at his barrel, most barrels are upright, right? They're kind of on top of your ear. With him, though, it's a lot flatter, kind of that Cal Ripken style of hitting, when it's a flatter approach, but he can certainly protect the zone, up in the zone, where most guys are going nowadays.
Well, and that leads us to both starters incorporating two-seam fastballs. For Touki Toussaint, he's made like the total switch from four-seam to two-seam. For George Kirby, he adds the two-seam just a few starts ago. He's thriving with it.
And I think eventually that's where we'll go. We're going to see more guys throwing two-seamers. We're going to see more guys kind of incorporating both pitches, where it's that you know, you're seeing it now in the game too with power guys, where they have a slider and they have a curveball. They have kind of that slurve in between, and they can use it with all three. And I think with power arms like this, you're going to see some two-seam actions, especially when you want ground balls, where you're certainly going to see fastballs, four-seams up in the zone when you want to strike out.
Fight! That one's down the pipe, and Kirby following last year's Cy Young winner in Robbie Ray, big signing in the offseason for Seattle. There you go with the arsenal. Sinker, it's small, but you're going to see that number tick up now as he's bringing it into the fold. Last start, 5 Ks, 2 of them from the sinker.
Yeah, and there's ways to use it, right? There's times to use it, when not to use it. Like right there, that was more of a 4-seamer, 3-2. I'm going to try to overpower you. I think I can overpower you. You took that 3-1, 2-seamer. Now he goes back to that 4-seamer. It's just the feel and understanding as he goes as well, right? This is all uncharted waters for him when you talk about the pitch innings that he's never gone through. So he's learning as he goes, but I think he's exceptional.
Ohtani at second, 2 outs, payoff. And that's up the middle, and Frazier bobbled it for a moment, but he's got time. And this side is retired in the first. They work around the Ohtani single, scoreless after 1 at the Big A.
Welcome back, everybody, to MLB Network's YouTube Game of the Week. Hey, Angels fans are going to love this. Mike Trout back in the lineup on Friday against Detroit. He spoke earlier today, said his back feels great. He's excited, looking forward to getting back at it. I did ask him, how's the frustration level with so many injuries over his career and just his body not doing what he wants it to do? And he said there's always going to be injury. It doesn't make it any easier. You want to be out there. It's hard to sit and watch and not contribute. But he has to tell himself you can't control it. What's done is done. Now it's about prevention. Gentlemen?
I just want to see him back. I was hoping today was the day. Circled on the calendar, and I'm like trying to follow the rehab process and the weekend swinging the bat and the baseball activities and all of that. Day off yesterday, and I was like, maybe I wake up and I see some breaking news, but not quite yet.
I just want him in center field.
Every day.
Every day.
We miss you,
Staying healthy. Talk about the face of the franchise.
Face of baseball for a while,
Face of baseball. Got to get back.
2 quick strikes for Tucson on Eugenio Suarez, and he strikes him out on 3 pitches. That's a good-looking curveball right there in the zone, even if he didn't swing.
Yeah, but it starts with the fastball. If you start attacking with fastballs early on in the at-bat, it gets you to chase. It gets you to that swing mode of trying to protect. Listen, we know with Suarez, he leads all major league in strikeouts, but certainly you still got to make pitches, and that one was a good pitch.
Second K this afternoon for Tucson. Here's J.P. Crawford.
I never was a sunglasses type of guy.
You never wore them in the game?
I could never hit with sunglasses. I mean, you see all these guys nowadays hitting with sunglasses. I mean, those are cool shades right there. But never, I just always felt like I couldn't have anything kind of like getting in the way of hitting a baseball. Now, playing defense was a little story. It was a different story. I was certainly...
There's a little one bounce, and J.P. Crawford's going to get there without a throw from Rengifo.
And Rengifo was playing in. He was respecting the speed and understanding that it was a possible bunt. Boy, he laid down an absolutely wedge shot right there. It was kind of high, kind of faded there. Didn't take that much of a roll. And if you watch him run, J.P. Crawford can get down the line He's smiling it. Look at this white shot. It just stays right there. It doesn't roll. Boom. Game over. Nowhere to go. No play with that speed of Crawford.
A lot of times nowadays you'll see someone pop up a bunt. It's not that you can't put it in the air. It just has to be placed like that.
Just like that. Nice and soft. And the way you do that is by having softer hands. Right? It's trying to catch that baseball.
Carlos Santana gets under one. It's in the infield. And Fletcher's going to let it bounce so he can throw to second and have a slower runner on the bag.
And that's 100% why you do that. You understand who's on base. You understand who just hit that. Very smart play right there by Fletcher. I know there's 2 outs, but you know, it's a situation where you say, hey, Crawford can steal a bag right now and get in scoring position with 2 outs. Santana, not likely.
He's a baseball player. He's a gamer. Many guys would be scared to do that, though.
Yeah, he is, especially on a high pop-up like that. You don't know where it's going to bounce. It can take a left bounce or right bounce.
I like that.
That's a baseball play.
Live dangerous.
Yeah, it's a baseball play. Absolutely baseball play right there.
So it's Santana at first, 2 gone in the second, and this is Cal Raleigh, who's had a great year at the plate with the power, 16 home runs. Switch hitting catcher in the 8th spot. There's the rest of the defense there on the left side. Top 5 in the power department at his position. Also one of the better defensive catchers.
Yeah, he's caught 10 guys this year. Tied for 4th most in the American League. It's just, you know, it's the old school way kind of where it's a lefty hitting catcher. You don't see many of them, but when you do find them and you do have them, oh man, you keep them because the future's bright for Cal.
Yeah, the bat has progressed, not just the power, but taking more walks, a little less swing and miss.
That's a good split right there. It's a fastball count in 2-1, understanding and respecting the power of Cal. Tukey right there made a really good pitch. Nice little split right there. Good action. Kind of looks like a fastball and drops off the table. You see how out in front he is. He wanted to take a shot. He wanted to take a shot right there, understanding that most likely a fastball was going to come. But, you know, you talk about what Tukey has done, and that's just on the strike zone. Now he's got him in chase mode.
Doesn't bite.
I'm intrigued if they're going to play him, the runner, the base runner right now. They're going to hold him right there. You know, big lefty coming up right there. It can roll over a ball to the right side, especially with the back-to-back splitters.
Santana's running. It's to the right side. Good call. And they get Cal Raleigh at first. That's smooth. Just like the behind the back after the catch over there at first. My man Yonder Alonso. Mid-2. Scoreless.
We will proudly welcome the Irvine Company. We hope you enjoy today's game.
home second at the Big A. And for a different twist on this afternoon's matchup, you have the option to check out the first ever MLB YouTube Altcast, broadcasting live from MLB Network studios. And to see what it's all about, simply scan that QR code on your screen right now, or you can visit the MLB YouTube channel. It's hosted by our friends Lauren Gardner and Cameron Maben. They're going to welcome in creators, influencers, TV personalities for a unique viewing experience. So hello to our friends who are also calling the game from the studio. Here at the ballpark, Scotty Braun, Yonder Alonso, and Amy G. Hot day in Southern California. So far, so good from the starters, George Kirby and Touki Toussaint.
Nice lid. See that nice pink lid right there?
Like it?
Yeah. I also like the boat.
You're our boat aficionado here.
Look at that. That's a good lid right there.
That's a boat lid, right?
Yeah,
that's a boat day lid.
Okay. Do that.
He's got time after the game. Early start here. 1 o'clock local time. And that's Jared Walsh going around on the first pitch. Walsh, all-star last year. He's dropped off in production this season. Although on Monday went 2 for 3. Took a walk yesterday, struck out 3 times. They're just trying to let him work through some of his struggles this season. And this is a good time to do it when you're a team that's not in playoff contention. And you want to see if he can get back to the form that he showed this ball club in 20 and 21.
Yeah, Phil said it. He said, hey, there's not much to it, right? We understand it's kind of a down year for him, but he's got to play. He's got to work it out. He's going to be a part of this future, and they feel like he's going to be a special player.
On 3 pitches. That one's tipped right back into Raleigh's mitt.
And usually when you're struggling like this, Scotty, there's a reason why, and the reasons are because you're not hitting the fastball. It all starts with the fastball, especially up in the zone. You have to control that, especially in today's league. If you can control that, it will be a much better year.
A lot of movement in that swing. Here's the thing with Jared Walsh. What made him so good was the mechanical adjustments, simplifying the swing. In 2020, he was looking at guys like Trout, Rendon, Pujols, compact swings, no wasted movements. It seems like some of that has gone away for him lately. It's popped back by Kurt Suzuki. It's 0-1.
Yeah, and I think when you look at our premier hitters in today's game, it's just a one-move wonder. It's a simple move. One guy that comes to mind is DJ LeMahieu, right? It's no wasted movement. He's already cocked back. He's ready to just see the baseball and hit it wherever it's pitched. The less movement you have, especially with today's day and age, and the velocity, everybody's throwing 96, 100 miles an hour. You got to be able to have not that many movements and be short to the baseball. It was funny. I remember coming up, and guys were throwing, and I hate to bring the when I was coming up days, but it was, a typical guy was 90 to 93, where nowadays a typical guy is 96, 97, 98 with plus slider. It's just incredible, the velocity. And guess what? We talked about it. It's amazing how hitters can lay off of it. Hitters can hit it. It's just remarkable, the athletes we have in our game today.
In foul ground, catch is made by Suarez. Staying on it. It's in the air for a long time. Sunny day. And out number 2, Suzuki is retired.
That was a tough play. I mean, you're dealing with a lot. You're playing deep. It's a high sky. You got Dodona, you got Dougie, who's hitting right now. He didn't get out of the way to the end. It looked like the catcher just completely lost it. That's a nice little basket catch.
Steven Duggar's now up with 2 outs in the second. He wasn't running away. He was moving like lazy Sunday move.
Yeah, and it's funny. Cal had some words to him like, hey, man, get out of the way. I'm trying to catch this ball.
And strike 1. If that was you, I know what you would have done watching Miami football growing up. You might have taken him out and said, my bad, bro. You got to move. It's my ball.
I'm going to round kick you.
It's the one time you can make contact with someone. They're in your way. Just saying. There's the defensive numbers. DRS.
Much better.
Yeah. Also, in the past, the Reds were messing around with him at shortstop, which, is not his spot these days. So he's getting consistent work at third, and he's improved at the position this year.
And I think that's his position. I think when you look at him and kind of see the body of frame, I mean, he's a corner guy, he's a slugger. We know that. What are we going to get from him? We're going to get solid defense, plus defense, and then we're going to get an absolute slugger. when you talk about that position. And great flow. He's got great lettuce. I mean, look at that. Surprising, he had it like half gray. It was a silver jacket type of color, the half style. I don't know what he was working with, but it's great flow.
Yeah, looks like a ball player. Put it that way. Hey, that's strike 3. George Kirby with a magnificent second inning. 3 up, 3 down, and his friend Gino styling in foul ground. There's the K pitch for Kirby. 2 so far in a scoreless game through 2.
We'd like to thank all of our season ticket holders for your support of Angels Baseball.
Kirby's in a groove so far this afternoon for Seattle, and he's got some friends too. Luis Castillo, Robbie Ray, and look at this guy, Logan Gilbert, with a strong 2022 campaign out of the Mariners rotation, and he is joining us live for this half inning here as we crack open the third for Seattle. 9-1-2 due up. Logan Gilbert joining us, and a reminder, as always, if you've been with us here on these YouTube games, send us your questions and I'll relay them over to Logan. Hey, good afternoon. How you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on. How you doing?
Really well. We appreciate it. Actually, Yonder, why don't you start with first question? It was something we were talking about as Sam Haggerty's hit by that pitch. That's going to be trouble because he is a pest on the base
he's
paths.
He's going to run.
Leadoff man aboard here in the third. But ask him about Kirby and what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I just think for me, by the way, what's up, buddy? This is Yonder. Logan, and I wanted to ask you about Kirby a little bit because, listen, we know he doesn't walk anybody. He's going right after guys. But I'm seeing a lot of takes from the offensive guys with the Angels. What are you seeing from him so far?
Yeah, he looks really good so far. I think part of that's just the movement he gets on his pitches, and he's throwing his sinker a lot now, which starts off the plate and runs back on. So I think that's some of the takes that you're seeing.
How does he just suddenly create a sinker mid-season like that as a rookie? I mean, I've spoken to some guys sometimes that work on a pitch and they're, you know what, I got to scrap this. I got to work on this in the offseason. For him, and I mean, Robbie Ray's more of a veteran guy. It's a great storyline for the starting staff.
Yeah, really. It's really impressive. I think that's just the feel he has for the baseball, and he's able to do so many things and manipulate it with his curve and his slider, and I think that just shows with the sinker that he's able to do that in the middle of the season. It's really impressive what he can do.
As it's raining sunflower seeds, Amy G has a question, and she has a better view of all that precipitation on the field. Amy?
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're actually keeping your concentration.
I know, it's tough. This is the toughest part.
I'm having a hard time. But hey, rumor has it that when you met your now fiance, you weren't sure how to pronounce her name. So is that true?
That is true, yeah.
What did you say her name was? What is her real name? How do you say it? And how'd you get a second date?
So her name is Avalie, but it's spelled like Aveals. So I said Aveals. I was waiting for somebody else to say it out loud, and nobody would. So I just kind of took a guess and got it wrong. So I don't know. I must have done something else right. That led to a second date, but it wasn't that part.
And stolen bag for Swaggerty, Sam Haggerty in there. Amy G, by the way, has, I just noticed, an umbrella, so she I don't know how much it costs, but she might rent it out to you for
I know.
10 minutes.
Yeah, really. I might need it. It's JP behind me. That's
for
just
the
what it
sun,
is.
for the seeds, for everything.
So let me get a couple questions in from all of the YouTube creators and fans watching, delivering some great questions in the live chat as Haggerty's in scoring position now for Frazier. Austin, the realist, goes on brand here. Who's the biggest joker on the roster?
I mean, I think you see it. It's probably JP who's behind me right now, just throwing everything in the dugout at me. He never stops. He's always joking around.
What is that? What's the little spray he's got? Is that sunscreen?
Something in the training bag. I don't even know. Some kind of water spray. I don't know why we have a water gun in the training bag, but apparently we do.
Ball forward to Frazier.
I love it. Look, I wanted to ask you, though, too, about if you weren't playing baseball, man, you're 6'6". Would you be a forward, a guard, or would you play a little tight end or receiver?
Oh, man, I wish I could say basketball, but honestly, I'm not good at all. I was just given the height somehow, but I get that question all the time if I play basketball, and I have no chance. I'm not that athletic on a basketball court, so I'm glad baseball worked out.
Hey, Logan, look behind you. I think you got a little protection. You got a little umbrella.
Oh, there we go.
Protect you a little bit.
Amy G, security.
Yeah. Ty's the good guy helping me out, giving me the umbrella.
Look at that.
You won't. Oh, God.
Hey, we need to talk
This is how you talk about loose right here.
I couldn't lose the mic, though.
I couldn't figure out how to open the umbrella. I was too late.
It's a lot of action going on. Julio Rodriguez with 2 on for Seattle. I'll get some questions in here. Heather, what's your favorite pitch, Gilbert? Huge fan, by the way.
Well, thank you. My favorite pitch, I really like the slider. I've changed it a little bit this year and able to go to it. I like to try to get strikeouts with it, with deep in the count.
Oh, man, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
we're just seeing you getting absolutely showered. Hey, by the way, how much fun has it been seeing this guy up to bat? And if he hits a homer, you got to call it out.
I know, really. This guy's unbelievable. Yeah, he's a superstar, and to do it at this age, it's pretty incredible.
Rodriguez struck out first time around. Hey, I want to sneak one in there. So you went to Stetson, first round pick, and you're talking about the slider, which has more velocity to it these days. You added like some significant bite to your slider.
Oh,
and it's fouled away. Watch out, as if we need more things for Logan to
really
watch out for. But did you work with Jacob DeGrom in the offseason on the slider, or if not, just in general, tell me about the DeGrom experience in the offseason with the Stetson connection?
I saw him a little bit up there a couple times. Not really that he taught me or anything, but just trying to pick up things here and there from watching him. I think it's really valuable because obviously he's the best in the game, so trying to learn anything I can.
Hey, Logan had a 4.0 GPA, and you were very analytical growing up and all that stuff. How are you using your analytics department here in Seattle?
We have a great staff here. They do a ton and really try to help us out, and they just give us a bunch of information about ourselves that we can use to try to make improvements here and there. And they're really knowledgeable. They know their stuff, so they're able to help us a lot.
We've got some everyday Mariners fans with some in-depth questions like, let's talk lines. What's it like to have that special friendship with Cal Raleigh and the joy that y'all share having the journey together? You guys were or are roommates, right?
Yeah, we are.
I remember you are now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we are. He's the man. He's awesome. We've gotten really close over the years and kind of came up through the system together. And he's been able to catch me most of my pro career, so it's awesome. We've really gotten to know each other. I think that helps out a lot.
Rodriguez, chop shot right side. Walsh is just going to handle it over at first. So now 2 in scoring position for Seattle with just 1 down in the third. And with Haggerty, the lead runner, at third, a question from Sins. Explain Haggerty's Godfather walk-up theme music to the YouTube crowd.
Oh, honestly, I don't even know. I need to figure it out, too, because I'm kind of confused. But I guess that's his thing, and I never really questioned it because, I mean, it's clearly working. So, but, yeah, I do need to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, and we'll be in Seattle next week, so we'll hear it.
Perfect, yeah.
I know you like it.
We'll
are the
get the
fans
answer by
into it?
then.
Yeah, are the fans into it, too?
I guess.
They know?
I
mean, young fans might not even know.
At first, I didn't know, so that's kind of embarrassing, but I'll admit it. I didn't know what it was from, but somebody told me in the dugout.
It's completely fair. Like, let's make everyone feel young right now, or old, I should say. What year were you born?
97.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yonder.
Hey, Logan, I also wanted to ask you about, do you go into a season and you say, hey, I'm going to try to make all my starts. This is who I am. This is my character. This is my demeanor. You've made 24 starts. It obviously ranks top 10 in the league, but is it something that you kind of look forward to and saying, hey, I'm going to be a reliable source and a reliable horse for the Seattle Mariners?
Definitely. Yeah, that's the name of the game, starting pitching. I think just consistency. It's what you bring to the table every fifth day. You want to put your team in a position to win, and all the guys on the staff take a ton of pride in that, trying to be able to put us in a good position every time it's our day.
I always said, man, my favorite teammate, it's a guy that makes 30 starts, a guy that's out there every day, a guy that hits 330 and 100. For me, that's a guy that I love to have as a teammate.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know what you're getting every day. That's the biggest thing in this game, is being able to put up consistent results, and that's what we're trying to do.
That might be a T-shirt, too. Yonder didn't even realize. Reliable source, like the quality, and reliable horse. That's good.
I like it.
Little Dr. Seuss
Mr.
action
Reliable.
there. Yeah. Flip says, yo, Logan, which former MLB pitcher did you grow up idolizing?
One of my favorites was Verlander growing up, and he's been doing it for 15, almost 20 years, whatever it is now. But it's pretty cool to be able to watch him growing up, trying to learn from him. And now I actually faced him one time this year, so that was pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's sweet.
Base is loaded for Mitch Haniger. Obviously, are you superstitious too? Like, we could let you go to continue the inning, but then your teammates might be like, dude, we need you to
had something going here.
We have success. Like, I've done interviews in game where it's like 15 minutes and we're on with Max Scherzer and they've scored 3 or 4 runs and he goes, oh, there's no way I'm putting my headset down right now.
I don't know. I say we keep rolling with it.
Okay, keep rolling with it.
I'm sure if it doesn't work, somebody will find a way to blame me. So we probably should just keep going.
Yeah. See if your team can put some runs across here. Going for the sweep of the Angels this afternoon. It's Haniger, cleanup hitter, back with a bang so far with the team, and he's got a couple career grand slams. And like Yonder mentioned, just if anything happens significant, Logan's going to be put to the test with some play-by-play too.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm ready for that yet.
It's mid-August.
Hey, Logan, talk to me about Haniger. How much of a great guy he is and teammate, man, because he was my teammate in Seattle, and my goodness, man, what a pro.
Yeah, really, Hanny's the man. You know what you're getting every day. He really knows the game well. I think, obviously, you see what he can do with the bat, but mentally, he's just really sharp and has kind of figured it out, I feel like, the game of baseball and how to be consistent every day. And he's been helping me out a lot, talking to Cal, some of the younger guys, trying to help us out.
It's funny, you look at him and like he has good years, and there's, you understand why, right? It's like the work ethic that he has. He shows up early, countless hours of video work, and he competes, man. He's a grinder.
He really is, yeah. It's just what you get every day. That's Hanny. It's pretty special when you talk about being a pro. I mean, that's the guy that comes to mind.
Another teammate question, this one from Parker Mendoza. Let's see what happens on this 2-1, and then I'll ask it. I don't want to miss anything. Bags full of Mariners, 2-1 to Haniger. Swing and a miss. Good curveball there from Tucson. It's 2-2. Parker Mendoza goes, question for Logan. Thoughts on Luis Castillo? He's pretty good.
I'd say so, yeah. He's pretty good. Right away, he's showing out for us. It's awesome to have him on the staff, and one of the guys to look up to. He's just got crazy stuff, so it's really fun to watch.
Haniger rips one into left. That's going to splash down and turn into 1 for Seattle. They break the ice. Mariners on the board thanks to Haniger's RBI knock, and everyone moving station to station.
It worked.
Yeah,
it works.
And
there we go.
He's always in crucial situations throughout the game. You'll always find Mitch Haniger, man on second and third, bases loaded like we see right here, putting together another quality at bat. I mean, this is a guy that they're going to rely on later on in the season and in the postseason, hopefully. Mitch Haniger is going to be a reckon with, especially with the lineup that they have.
Haggerty scores, and Frazier was thinking about it and held up.
It's the right move right now. 1 out. You got to continue the rally. Bases loaded for Tukey. He's 1 pitch away.
Curveball misses wide. So here's another question from X-Bowl. Logan, what's your favorite stadium that's not T-Mobile?
Good question. I mean, there's been a lot of good ones so far. I think this year going to Fenway was really cool. Just the history there, everything about it. Growing up a baseball fan, it was really fun to go there. Really cool experience.
It's Gino Suarez now. Haggerty scored that first run. Now it's Frazier at third, Winker at second, Haniger over there at first. Cynthia kind of following that one up. I'll give it to you after this 1-1. Great questions coming in from the crowd today. Cut and a miss from Suarez. Cynthia goes, favorite team to pitch against?
Oh, I don't know if I've ever thought about that one.
What about here?
You know
I'll help to narrow it down.
I would say teams I beat.
Yeah,
well, of course.
Everyone, all of them.
I would
what
probably
about an
pick the answer
individual?
afterwards. If I had a good game, I would say that's a good team to pitch against, at least for that time.
Is there someone you were excited, and he did go around, so that's strike 3. Suarez goes down 2 away here in the 3rd. Is there someone that you were looking forward to facing, maybe someone that you'd seen or just someone you have a ton of respect for?
I didn't get to face Boston last year, like I just said, going to Fenway. So obviously they have some stars over there, so it's really fun to face some of those guys and face them in Fenway.
That's good. Big Baller goes, advice for us skinny guys on how to throw gas.
Earmuffs.
Advice for the skinny guys. Good question. I don't know. I think just learn how to use your body well. I think you see some of that at this point. Even guys like DeGrom, like not always the strongest guys that are throwing the hardest, but people that are just really efficient in how they move on the mound. I think that's the most important part.
DeGrom's a great example. It's easy gas, right?
Yeah,
he's such low effort with his delivery.
Exactly. Yeah, they talk about effortless, being easy on the mound, and then it just comes out like a cannon or something.
J.P. Crawford had a bunt hit in the 2nd inning. Career line with the bases full, 9 for 34. Mariners have 1 in here in this 3rd. And that is the call there. No? Okay. 3-0.
We'll take it.
J.P. Crawford. Yeah, that's fine.
Logan will take it.
It's a good call. Good call.
I think they're like, Logan's pretty good on the mic. Let's keep him in there.
That must be it, yeah.
Let's see. We're getting a look at it. Okay. It was in there. Real talk. But that's ball 4 to J.P. Crawford. That's another run.
Yeah.
It's 2-0. Right. You better get like a solid high five.
I know, really.
If you're on a headset, you take a hit with the sunflower seeds, the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm doing my part over here.
You are.
Logan, how much fun is it to play for Scott Service?
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, he's great with the guys, great with the players. I feel like he gets us. You know, he's been through it, and he caught for a long time in the majors. So he's one of those guys that knows the game really well, knows the players really well, and he helps us out the whole time.
Carlos Santana getting ready again. Bases loaded for Seattle and some action in the bullpen for the Angels. We're chatting with Logan Gilbert for this half inning. I love the extended conversation time we have here. Ryan with a question. What's the backstory on your pregame warm-up song?
Yeah. So my walkout song right now is "Gangsta's Paradise" by Coolio. So great song. Doesn't really fit me. Probably wouldn't be your first guess, but when I was a freshman in college, some of the older guys would pick songs for the younger guys. So, you know, as a joke, because it doesn't fit, somebody picked it for me, and I just stuck with it ever since.
Love that. Oh, so you've been carrying it for a while now.
Yeah, I changed it briefly, couple years into it, something like that, but then went back to it in pro ball.
Why did you change it, and then why did you bring it back? Was it like, oh, I feel better with this song?
Kind of a comfort thing, I guess. Yeah, just used to it. I changed it just to kind of keep it fresh, try something else, and but I got back to it, and I don't know. I like it. It feels right, so I just keep it and roll with it.
Edwin Diaz did that with the famous Narco song for when he comes out of the bullpen. He changed it briefly and was like, oh, no, I can't.
Oh, yeah.
Trumpet.
Now
Trumpet
it's
stays.
like taking over.
I love the trumpets. I love it.
Yeah, the whole act they've got going on.
It's awesome, yeah.
At Citi Field.
Hey, Logan, how much fun has it been going back home and seeing the attendance up with a huge rise? It just feels like the city's behind you guys, man.
Yeah, for sure. They've been awesome for so long, trying to get us to the playoffs, and we got a good team, great chance this year, and they've been bringing it all year long, so it's awesome, and we really appreciate it.
Hey, I heard, and I've actually seen it too, they did a segment on it maybe 2 months ago. I watch way too much baseball on TV. I guess that's my job. Logan Gilbert has a bag of tricks for exercises. I don't know how much time we'll have, but you want to give us maybe an abridged version of what that means?
I've just got crazy things that pretty much activation stuff or movement prep, whatever you want to call it, kind of gets my body moving right and ready to throw.
Do you have a shake weight?
Not a shake weight, but
everything else.
It's like basically like a body blade, kind of like you shake it, and so I don't know. It's not a shake weight, but it's probably similar.
And you bring that whole bag with you everywhere, like on the road and all of that, right?
Oh yeah, bring it everywhere.
I've seen the ball, the medicine ball, the big O with the handles. Oh, great!
There you go. Comes through, and that's going to bring in one. Here comes the next for Seattle in there.
There we go.
Haniger scores the second run on the Carlos Santana 2 RBI knock to make it 4-0 Mariners.
Oh, man. An absolute dagger for the Angels, but talk about Santana, just a pro hitter, a veteran presence. He knows what to do, especially with bases loaded right here, going the other way with 2 strikes. A pretty good pitch by Tukey, down and away. But he understands that the shift that's being played, all he's got to do is play Pepper. First round of BP, 2 RBIs, 2 steaks. Mitch Haniger with a great slide. And that will be all for Tukey for the day.
Okay, I've never done this because technically there are no rules and like you got to live like there's no tomorrow. But Logan, this is again totally your call. We have to go to break right now. Do you want to stay or go? Like I'm only putting this on you because I don't want to break any superstitious thing going on.
No. Oh, I trust our guys. I'm good to go.
Good.
You guys are good.
Okay,
with it.
perfect. Yes, thank you, Logan. This was awesome.
They're doing the hard work. It's really not me.
Good stuff, Logan.
Thanks,
Gilbert
brother.
with us. We
Yeah,
appreciate
guys, I
the
appreciate
time.
it. Thanks for having me on.
Pitching change.
All right, guys.
Four runs for Seattle, and they're threatening again. Tukey Toussaint out of the game. Mike Myers taking over, and we have a developing storyline going on down on the field. ABG.
Yeah, there may be a little fight within the Mariners dugout. The team did not want Logan to get off the headset with you guys. Of course, they scored 4 runs while he was chatting with you. They are literally telling him right now, of course they're joking, how selfish he is to not continue this interview. But I asked him, I said, we'll put you back on. He said, I'm good, and I can take it. They're freaking him.
They brought out some of his tricks.
He's got to go work out right now. He can't even stay up here because he didn't take one for the team.
Unreal. See, those are some of the wacky and wild inventions that Logan Gilbert uses to activate and get ready before games, and it's working for him. He's awesome. Mike Myers on the mound now for the Angels with 2 on. The inning keeps rolling here. 9th batter in the 3rd for Seattle. It's Cal Raleigh. You just know the way baseball works. Like, what was I telling you during the break?
He's going to hit an absolute rock. He's going to get rocked. Absolutely. I love it. That you know what? That's baseball right there. That's the boys, right? It's a clubhouse. Got to have fun. A bunch of the pitchers were probably in the clubhouse listening to the conversation. Say, wait. He's getting off? No way.
Wednesday afternoon, mid-August. Things going well for Seattle, both on the season and in this game. Timeout for Raleigh.
Now Mike Myers, though, opponents are hitting just 143 off his 4-seamer. No, he started it off with a curveball right here. This is a good fastball count. Let's see if he challenges him.
And that's...
Ouch.
That hit him, yeah. All right, Raleigh take your base. And they're loaded up again.
I'm sure Logan feels a lot better.
Yeah. Not yet. I don't feel like he's off the hook yet.
No. It's a hard cutter. Trying to go up and in on him right there. Just gripped it a little bit too tight. That release was a little bit too out in front. Gets that back foot right there. That bunge is going to feel not so good tomorrow.
Just tell yourself, OBP, baby. That on-base percentage, which is quite healthy for Sam Haggerty, as you can see. I mean, your 9-hitter is on base 37% of the time. That's excellent. He started this inning hit by a pitch. Stole second, eventually scored.
It's funny with the story with Scott Service. They asked him about Haggerty. He kept saying, what do I need to do to stay in the big leagues? And he said, hey, got to hit the ball to all fields. Can't try to pull everything. Use your speed, use your athleticism, and compete and have fun. And sure enough, man, after he got sent down, he came back up, and you can just see the spark. I mean, at times, Scott Service says, hey, just make something happen. Anything that you can do will be a plus, but you can see him when he's on the bases, he's havoc, and he's looking to do one thing, and that's score.
He calls him his scat back, him and Dylan Moore. And even bring him in late in games to just create havoc. He did that the other day. I mean, if you want to go back on YouTube at some point and look, I mean, earmuffs for Angels fans for a moment, but at the 9th inning, game 1 of this series, Mariners score 4 runs. Haggerty was a big part of what Scott Service called chaos ball. There's some mistakes made when you have speed on the bases.
You know what I love about Seattle? You know, we talk about their hitting, we talk about their bullpen and their starting rotation, but it's the little things that get unnoticed. And when we look at, you know, we see on Crazy play on Haggerty on Monday, the situation, there was nobody on home plate.
Look at Sam go.
Well,
no one's there.
Nobody's there. He picked it up right away, and he was able to score. But going back to the Seattle Mariners and what they're doing right is, you know, you talk about obviously their bullpen, being able to win one-run games, but all these little things go unnoticed. And one of the things I'm seeing right here with the bases loaded is look how big their leads are. Look, even though it's a 4-0 game, it's a good rally. Look at Santana, a veteran presence, a huge lead with 2 outs. You look at his secondary, he's almost halfway to third base. Those are winning baseball plays that, you know, if Haggerty gets a base hit or an infield single, you might be able to get 2 runs out of it. We know the speed. We understand what's happening. This is a situation where, hey, it's 3rd inning. You got to kind of, you can pretty much end this game by continuing to score in this inning. See if the base running here helps out.
And Haggerty strikes out. Myers challenges him with heat. There was a question in the live chat. Is a 4-point difference really that bad? It's only top of the 3rd. I mean, yes and no. The Mariners bullpen is nails, but see if the Angels have some offense in their bats coming up.
Be sure to saddle up here at the Big A on Saturday, September 3rd, as your Angels host the Houston Astros at 6 p.m. First 25,000 fans will receive an Angels cowboy hat, courtesy of you, Gary Turner. There's a good look at that cowboy hat. That can be yours on Saturday, September 3rd. For more info, visit angels.com/promotions. And be sure to join us on Friday, September 2nd, as your Angels face the Houston Astros at 6:30 p.m. First 25,000 fans will receive a Ducks hockey helmet beanie, courtesy of Valley Sports. There's a good look at that beanie. Perfect for winter, which is coming. For more info, once again, visit angels.com/promotion. Now we draw your attention to the video board for today's Seats of the Game. We'll award a row of fans a $50 gift card, courtesy of Boot Barn. Today's winners are, as you see, in section 340, row D. Our strike force is right there to deliver your prize. Congratulations from your Angels and Boot Barn.
A 4-run top 3 for Seattle, and we'll see if the Angels have an answer in the home half. Here's a quote from Shohei Ohtani. Remaining motivated in that way is hard. Things are different from when we were winning earlier in the season. As a team, of course, you can't continue to play with the high morale that you had when you were aiming for the postseason. As a player, it's pretty tough knowing the chances are low that a win will play a part in getting you to the postseason. We'll bring in Amy G for more on the topic of to trade or not to trade Shohei Ohtani in the offseason. What do you think, Amy?
Well, I might trade him.
Put your GM hat
You're
on.
the only one asking me, Scott.
No, I'm asking everyone, too, as we put up the poll question, too, Amy, is what should the Angels do this offseason? Trade him, show him the money, because he's a free agent after the year. Good rip there from Andrew Velazquez on the first pitch to start the third. And then the last option on the poll is, do you go for one more run, because you'll have guys like Rendon and Trout coming back?
I think that's why I would, just because who you still have and what you could get in return for Ohtani. But, you know, what's interesting, gentlemen, is that while he's had a hard time staying motivated, you don't really see it. Last week, he hit home run 118, and he passed his idol, Ichiro Suzuki, for second most home runs hit by a Japanese-born player. And he said how special it was. He was only 6 years old when Ichiro reached the majors. And he said, obviously, they're different types of hitters, but if he gets to pass Ichiro on any list, it's a true honor and a privilege. And next up for him, it's catching first place Hideki Matsui with 175 home runs, guys.
Here's the thing for me, and that stuff's all awesome, but as we always do here on YouTube, we just hop into your two ball clubs for the week. Real talk. You'd rather him be, after games, expressing how his team's in it, can't wait for postseason baseball, and unfortunately, we haven't been able to see him in the postseason yet in his career, which just is a shame for the rest of baseball, right? And there's the home runs by a Japanese-born player. He's second most now in Major League history, but he wishes that after each game he's talking about, hey, how are you going to line up for the postseason? You excited for your first taste of October baseball? And it's not going to happen for him this year.
No, it's not. You know, he can also catch Matsui at the end by the end of this next year. But when I look at Shohei, you know, and the year he's having, it's just so special, right? We're talking about 25 homers. He's tied for fourth. You know, you look at a 2.6 ERA, tied for sixth. I mean, this is a once in a lifetime dimensional player, and it's funny when you see the other trades going on, like what Juan Soto and the Nats got for the Padres. It was an absolute load. I can only imagine what a trade like will be with the Angels. I mean, they can pretty much booster the whole farm system, and they can win for the long haul. Where can you pay a guy like this for the long goal, or would you just trade him off and say, hey, we got to be able to build from the farm system and hopefully get better as we go and win for a long time? It's a very crucial situation in Ohtani's career, especially here with Anaheim. It's intriguing. I think it's going to be if they do trade him, it's going to be a sad day. But if they do keep him, it's like, okay, when can you win?
Runner's moving. He'll go back. Fouled off by Sierra. So let's look at the farm system. There's still a lot of work to do with the Angels. There's only one top 100 prospect. I mean, Nito looks like he's going to crack that top 100 soon. I think Kai Bush is really good stuff. Ohapi's the trade acquisition from the deadline in the Brandon Marsh deal with Philadelphia, and I think he'll be up next year helping this team out too. So there's some promise, but it's not loaded. It's not deep yet. As they're trying to build and contend at the same time, it's difficult to do.
Yeah, Phil Nevin talked about Nito and talked about Ohapi. He said, hey, these two guys are going to be a reckoned with, but it's just very difficult to kind of see all these trades they had. And, you know, in April, they played really well. And then obviously they went through that skid of 14 losing streak. So it's just a difficult situation. I just want to see Mike Trout. I want to see Shohei Ohtani play in the postseason. And what better way to have the two best players in the game be in the postseason?
Yeah, you saw they dealt away Syndergaard. That makes sense. Free agent after the year. Raisel Iglesias was signed to a 4-year contract 8 months ago. And it's big money, so they shed that salary so that they could maybe save up for an offer in the offseason to someone like Shohei Ohtani. So I'm going to get your final answer in a moment here, and I'll give mine as well as everyone's voting right now. Phone, tablet, computer screen, the whole thing, wherever you want to go. Velazquez is running. Sierra pops that one back, and we'll do a 2-2 pitch again. So your final answer, though, in the offseason is?
I'm trading.
Trading. My final answer is the same. I'll put in just a little, which I'm sure you would do too. I'm going to offer him the world on a contract extension, just like the Nats did with Soto. I'm going to say, hey, we want you for the rest of your career. Here's a pile of cash. But if you say no and you want to test free agency, I need to trade you because I need to get some value back for the best player in the sport.
I agree. I would certainly try.
Runner moving again, and Sierra goes down on strikes. Throw gets into center field.
I would certainly try, no question about it. But, you know, when you look at this farm system and when you look at the best teams in baseball, they have depth. They have a minor league system. They have a farm system that can go out there and produce winning talent and can produce winning talent for a long time.
13th stolen bag of the season for Velazquez. He was thinking about second the entire time there. But yeah, you need to build. Like, even the best teams, right?
Look at the Braves. You know, they've been able to build, right? And
Braves, Dodgers, Yankees, even those teams, they of course will spend, but they also develop. Speaking of the Braves, they locked up Michael Harris II to a long-term extension yesterday. That one is going to drop into right field in fair ground. David Fletcher drives home the first run of the game for the Angels to make it 4-1. Velazquez come on down, and that stolen base proves to be impactful.
And David Fletcher, just an absolute tough out. It feels like he can hit anything. This pitch was pretty much over his head. He wasn't trying to do too much, just trying to stay really short with it. Understanding it was a fastball count, being aggressive because we know Kirby's just going to pound the strike zone.
65 miles an hour off the bat. David Fletcher is not an exit velo guy. He's a fine, open real estate guy.
Scotty, I'm telling you, there's an art to driving in runs, and not always do you have to hit it 100 miles an hour.
Little jammer turns into the first run for the Halos. 11-game hit streak for Fletch.
Intrigued here with this first pitch if Tani's going to be swinging. Trying to go in on him. Don't miss.
He's going for it. I was aiming for your hotel room there. What do you think of his swing, by the way? Because there's violence to it, but there's also smoothness to it.
There's really not that much violence. It looks violent in the aftermath of it all, but it is short. It is compact. The head doesn't move at all. Once you get that foot down, it's just about recognizing the pitches, and it's knob to the ball. Maybe something soft here.
Yeah, good
Man,
call.
he was absolutely ready for that pitch.
StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. 100 plus with the pitch hand. 100 plus with the bat.
Unbelievable. I mean, this, you know, when we talk about what are you going to give this guy, right, as a contract, I mean, it's just fair to say that he should be the highest paid player in our game, right? Because there's nobody else that can do it. Nobody else is doing this.
He's two players in one. He's
unbelievable.
Incredible. By the way, 26 homers this season, so we just showed you every single one is 100 plus off the bat. No cheapies for Ohtani. What a pitch. Paint from George Kirby.
This is, this is a situation Ohtani, you see him out, he's shaking his hand. He had two good pitches to hit, but this third one right here was masterful. This is how you freeze a power hitter. You try to go in on him, front hipping in. It's a ball out of the hand, but then once it's too late to recognize the strike, it's too late. He knows it.
He has punched out 4, 2 looking.
And that is very difficult to do, understanding that he doesn't walk guys. You know, most of the time when you don't walk guys are going to be swinging. When you're getting freezes like that, it just tells you the type of stuff he has today.
If you're prepping for George Kirby when you were hitting, you're going.
I would probably see 3 pitches in the afternoon.
Yeah, you're extra aggressive, right?
I'm very aggressive.
Yep.
As soon as I see the first man, I mean, to be honest with you, I swung at every fastball that came to my head.
Rengifo lobs one to left, and Sam Haggerty's got plenty of room to put him away and sit down the side. But a run comes across for the Angels thanks to David Fletcher, a very David Fletcher-esque swing to make it 4-1 after 3.
Just over the Postgame tab, select Angels Stadium and choose pickup when ordering. And now fans, it's time for Steel Third, presented by Cox Communications. Today's contestant is 10-year-old Tristan from Los Alamitos. And Tristan will have 25 seconds to run from the left field foul pole area to third base, steal it, and return. If he makes it back in time, he gets to keep the base. All right, Tristan, shoes are tied. He's ready to go. Tristan, on your mark. Get set. Go. All right, 25 seconds. Let's see if Tristan can do it. Tristan looks pretty darn fast. Wow, all right, so 97 seconds. To the bag in 10. He's stolen third base on his way back. Plenty of time. All he has to do is concentrate and have fun. Let's cheer Tristan on. I think we've got a surefire winner. Yes, we do. Great job, Tristan. You've won yourself an official Major League base. Congratulations. Celebrating our 61st season. We wish to thank all fans for your support.
It's leadoff man Adam Frazier in the fourth at the Big A, and it's mic'd up man Adam Frazier.
Hey, how you doing, man? Doing all right? Yeah, how we doing today? What's up, Nick? How you doing today? You doing all right? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, you too.
Nice guy.
Very
Adam
friendly.
Frazier, yeah. And take strike one. If you're mic'd up when you were playing, do you have to let certain guys know maybe that cuss a lot? It doesn't technically matter because like we're not going to air anything that's suitable for children's family show here, but
they would probably mute me because I would talk so much.
No, you just make it into a show. That's why you're a broadcaster now.
That's it.
Mike Myers still going here.
Oh, look at
Frazier,
this.
you're going to have to throw quick. That's a great release from Rengifo to put him away on the underwater swing there. Out number one.
Really good play right there. First step is key, but he kind of leans towards that first base. Look at him trying to get that big hop. You get that big hop, basically it's a catch and throw play. If you catch that short hop, it could be a lot difficult to make a play, but just a good play right there. First step, right over the shoulder right there with that good toss. All around consistent. Been interesting how we're seeing how they're going after Julio. They're coming more in on him. You know, yesterday he hit that homer to right, and you can tell he was kind of diving, understanding that they were going to go away on him. It's kind of that soft feel and then hard in. It's kind of the approach the Angels are taking on him today. It's soft, and then boom, two-seamer in. You know, at times I would do that, and I understood that, so I had to pick and choose my battles, right? I would say, okay, if I'm looking more in, I would kind of step on the bucket a little bit. I would kind of look for something up in the zone. It's probably why he's taking that pitch, 2-0 right there, down and away. Hasn't seen a pitch all day down and away. It's all kind of been at his hands. Been fighting that two-seamer.
And very different pitcher here on the mound, Myers, compared to Toussaint, who can really bust you in if he's got the two-seamer working. Where was that, right? I can read lips.
Yeah, that wasn't down.
I can answer it, too. It was in the zone.
Yeah. Let's see if he takes a shot. See if he makes an adjustment here. Understands they're kind of going away on him. Little quick pitch.
And a strike.
Quick pitch curve. You see a board all the way from Julio Rodriguez. Would he do it again?
Jammed him, and Sierra's there. Let's finish up the poll. It's closed now, and the winner on what the Angels should do with Shohei Ohtani in the offseason. Trade him, rebuild. Oh boy, 66%. It's not even close. So, I mean, Mariners fans are watching, baseball fans are watching, Angels fans are watching. And
it's the right thing to do, I think. But then again, I'm not the GM.
This team's 15 games under 500. They had a nice run in the beginning of the year, and then a long losing skid that resulted in them letting go of their manager, Joe Madden.
And Myers is in a groove right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
It looks like he's just playing catch. The tempo is quick. Try to go up the ladder right there. But it's give me the ball and let's go.
Well, better be in the zone because Jesse Winker is not chasing. He's walked twice, scored once.
We're going cutter right here.
There you go. You're right. He's feeling it.
Yeah, it's coming right at you. It's cutter curve. Try to go that cutter right there. That late action into your hands. You see it and then it just dives into your hands. You got no chance at it. And you're just hopeful that you can just spin off of it. He set him up here for a curveball, back foot right here. He's gone cutter in. He's gone fastballs up and away. Fastballs up in the zone. A curveball right here, 2-2, kind of in that back foot would be a good pitch.
Overloaded right side for Winker. Payoff. Got him. 1, 2, 3. Top 3 in the order for the Mariners go down. Myers with some force in the fourth.
See all those real drummers out there and the fake ones too. Go crazy, smack that virtual drum set. You'll see on the video board it's the Angels drum band. Well done, young man.
Two-thirds, no-hit ball with a 22-year-old rookie, Reed Detmers. Ground ball, Velasquez throws across. He did it! Reed Detmers throws a no-hitter!
In just his 11th career start back in May, and Reed Detmers joining us live now for the home fourth. Angels trailing 4-1. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G with us, and Reed Detmers on. Hey, Reed, you still getting chills when you hear that?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, come on, that was awesome.
Of course.
Like, it's life. You work your whole life to get to this. You got to love that every time. I mean, a lifelong memory for you. And 11 starts into your big league career. It's like, all right, now I can work on the team accomplishment stuff because I already got down every pitcher's dream individually, right? In a single start, I should say. Of course, you're a pitcher, you grow up, you want to win a Cy Young and all that individually, but the no-hitter has got to be on everybody's bucket list if you're trying to make it into the bigs, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go. It's going to happen, you know? Logan Gilbert dealt with it to the highest degree maybe of the season. I'm talking
Absolutely.
like they brought out like spray gun and
they showered him with a lot of water.
The whole deal.
They dumped him water. I mean, it's everything.
They're going to bring it today.
Yeah, no surprise here. But yeah, anyways. What was the question again?
On the no-hitter, it's a big accomplishment for you. Oh, high throw. Santana brings it down in time to get Taylor Ward. And also just quick reminder, everyone, we'll keep the questions from the live chat. We can ask some of them to Reed Detmers. But my first question was just when you're growing up trying to make the bigs and you're thinking about some things on your bucket list as a pitcher, no-hitter's got to be on there, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Obviously growing up and watching big league clubs, big league pitchers, the dream is to always make it to the big leagues, get to be able to pitch on a big league mound, and then obviously have some achievements, and one of those achievements is always have like a no-hitter, a perfect game, or some crazy outing. But yeah, I was fortunate enough to have it happen my rookie year. But yeah, it's
gum. You're good.
But yeah, it's going well. I'm having a great time, and yeah, I'm just trying to get better and better each and every start.
I just love how humble he is. But I wanted to ask you, when you throw a no-hitter, usually when guys get hit for cycles, they kind of give them home plate or the bases. Did you get anything like maybe the mound?
Yeah, so they said after the season I'll get the rubber.
The rubber?
Yeah. And then obviously I got all the jersey, the cleats, the glove, and all that stuff. I got authenticated. Yeah, so I got a lot of memorabilia.
That's awesome. Jared Walsh, big cut and a miss. It's 2-2. Kirby working again here in the fourth for the Mariners. We're bringing some questions here from fans excited to ask you. For example, karate kick. Reed, what team did you root for when you were younger?
The Cardinals. I grew up like an hour and a half north of St. Louis. My dad played for that organization. And pretty much the whole area I grew up in was either Cardinals or Cubs. And so I always chose the Cardinals, and yeah, that's the team I grew up going to games.
Reed, after the no-hitter, it was a struggle for you, as we see the strikeout right here, going up the ladder here. But it was certainly a struggle. But after that, you've been much better. ERA is really, really good. You're 2-0. What's kind of changed for you? What's kind of been the adjustment period for you?
Yeah, I kind of went back to my old slider. I haven't been throwing it all year, and then stuff was kind of hitting the fan a little bit. And yeah, I mean, nothing was really going my way, so I was like, all right, something's got to change. So I went back to the old slider, changed the arm slot back to how it used to be. And ever since then, things have kind of taken off.
Slider's working for you. That was a quick inning. We appreciate the time. We'll talk again down the road, okay, Reed?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Reed Detmers. 3 up, 3 down in the fourth. It's 4-1 Seattle. We always give you your choice of listening experience. Let's run through it. We do it every week. Click the gear icon in your player. You choose audio tracks. Select either primary, that's us with the interviews, the whole deal, myself, Yonder, Amy G, or you can take your pick with Mariners or Angels radio calls, each available on your favorite device. We were working on the Angels Japanese radio. Couldn't get it for you today, but of course, we've done it in the past, and we'll work on it for you in the future, too. But you got both sides radio, or myself, Yonder Alonso, Amy G, and the Angels and Mariners on a bright, sunshiny afternoon on Wednesday here, wrapping up the series between the two. Mariners going for the sweep. So far, so good for them. It's 4-1. Mike Myers had a shutdown inning, and I think that he was a little ticked after a missed strike call, because ever since then in the last inning, it was attack mode, hitting his spots.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Now Haniger, Suarez, and Crawford here in the visiting fifth. What a year last year for Mitch Haniger. A career high 39 home runs, 100 runs batted in. And he missed over 3 months this year with a severe right high ankle sprain. Returned this month. Hasn't skipped a beat.
Tell you what, man, with Mitch, he's such a pro. He loves to work, loves to talk hitting. You know, it's funny, we would always go to the yard kind of together at the same time, and we would eat our lunch in the video room. And it kind of became kind of that club.
That gets through. 3 on the left side, doesn't matter. Hit it hard enough for a base hit.
It became a club where you know, it started off with 2 guys and it ended up being 12 guys in the video room every single day, 1 o'clock. That was kind of our hangout. That was kind of where we would get our approach for the day. And it all started by Mitch Haniger. I mean, he's not only a leader on the field, but off the field, the things you see in the clubhouse, it is a special player. And they love him here in Seattle. I mean, I think the fan base loves him. He's a centerpiece. It feels like he's been in right field forever. And you know, he certainly has paid dues.
He's been with the team since 2017. He's a free agent after this season. I think he's going to resign. Just a prediction. I have no crazy sources or anything. I just think that's a fit for the ball club. And they were talking about, hey, we need a little more offense at the trade deadline. Oh, we have someone named Mitch Haniger coming back. We're good.
Yeah. It just feels like, you know, there are players that just fit in a uniform. Mitch Haniger looks like he fits in a Mariners uniform.
Agreed. Suarez deep to right, and that one is gone. Opposite field shot for Gino. Look out. Located in the seats, 20th of the season. It's 6-1 Seattle.
Well, we know one thing he can do, and that slug. He got that 1-0 count right there. A good fastball count. Didn't try to do too much with it. Stayed through the baseball. I think he was a little bit upset by that check swing strikeout in the second at bat. But boy, this third at bat, he did not miss. He was able to demolish that fastball down and away. And he knew it as soon as he hit it. It picked up that jet stream, and it flies to right center. As soon as it left his bat, we knew it was a 6-1 ball game.
Struck out first 2 times up, and then gone.
Got him.
Yes, thank you, Adam Frazier.
It looked like he was on the beach. Oh, there's a bomb.
Life's good right now for the Mariners, especially this week. Taking the first 2 and now in control in game number 3. They're in a soft part of their schedule, too. They're off tomorrow, then 3 at Oakland. A's are not a good ball club this year, one of the worst in the sport. That's how they'll finish up their 9-game AL West road trip, and then back home for 2 against Washington, then 4 against the good Cleveland ball club. Then they're in Detroit. So you notice the theme here. There are some teams that you can pick on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, in the second half, they got one of the easiest schedules in all of baseball. And we look at home run leaders since 2018. And Daniel Suarez is with a great lettuce and great flow at 149.
J.P. Crawford with a good rip to center. And Sierra will line it up. Amy G, take over.
Hey guys, the Mariners have a new addition to the club. It's 4-year-old lab Tucker, the team pup. He wins best looking. That's my vote. And manager Scott Service and his wife Jill, they work with a local shelter to help relocate rescue dogs. And they got the Mariners to adopt Tucker because they wanted to remind fans there are a lot of animals out there who need forever homes. Ty France told me there are a lot of guys on this team guilty of heading up to the clubhouse in like the 3rd inning to go get a little cuddle with Tucker. It helps clear their minds. And you can follow Tucker. He has his own Twitter page at Mariners Pup. He has more than 25,000 followers.
Amazing.
Guys.
I love that. Yeah, some serotonin mid-game.
That's amazing. You know, what was it that Scott Service says is he loves kind of distractions, right? Making sure these players, it's not just all baseball 24/7. Likes to bring ideas into a clubhouse. He likes to do quirky things throughout a year. Oh, look at that. Nothing better, huh?
Most popular animal, maybe in baseball. And that is smashed by Santana, but got under it just a bit, heading towards the track. Hey, baseball carries on an afternoon in Anaheim. Not enough, though. Swallowed up by Sierra near the wall.
That's a good swing right there. Just missed it, though. And we know here at this stadium during the day, it surely plays a lot smaller than a night game.
Cal Raleigh time. Oh, that is scorched. It's leaving in a hurry, and it's off the top of the wall. That's gone, though. Past the yellow line, solo shot for Raleigh. Make it 7-1 on his 17th of the year. Smacks the Michelob Ultra sign. Beer me.
That was like a get-me-over slider right there. Kind of stayed up, didn't try to do too much, stayed through that baseball. We talk about the slugging ability of Kyle, and as a catcher, left-handed pop, he's up there with one of those guys that he can pop at any time. See that slider right there? Kind of stays hung, doesn't do too much. Oh man, that's just a pretty swing with that follow-through, two-handed follow-through. There is nothing better in baseball than jumping somebody on a hanging slider. You look at their dugout, man. That Seattle Mariners dugout right now. Everybody's kind of in the shade, hanging out, having a good time.
Well, the scores of the first two games can be deceiving. These were close contests until the 9th inning in game 1 and 2 of the series. Now they're just breaking it open in game number 3 on getaway day.
And that is short to the baseball right there. That's staying inside of baseball. Not only, you know, it's funny when you talk about pulling a baseball, you still have to stay inside of it, right? You have to stay inside of it to stay through it and get that backspin on it. If you get around that baseball, all you're going to do is foul it off or hit a ground ball to first. That is a smooth, short swing. Absolute beauty.
Typical Sam Haggerty line. Hit by pitch, stolen base. Run scored already.
No, you look at his stats, though. He's slugging over 500. You know, guys that slug over 500, that's doing it. I know it's only 121 plate appearances, but he just does his job. 7 stolen bases. He's out there to grind. He's kind of that glue guy that every winning team wants in their roster. Is that give a guy an off day and let's put him in there. We know he's going to use his legs from pressure. Those are the hardest guys to find and the hardest guys to stick. And when you have a guy like that in your roster that kind of sticks, oh man, you hold on to him for dear life. And they play every day.
Right now, you can't sit him. Based on the last month of work he's done in the slash line on the season, it's been one of their better bats. Also, they're missing maybe their most consistent bat the last couple of years in Ty France. They just stay off.
What a hitter, huh? Ty France.
He's great.
Man, remember seeing him in AAA with San Diego, then seeing him in the big leagues, and man, he always hit. He hit in every league.
Haggerty golfs one to central. Sierra. Side retired. The Mariners have outscored the Angels now 21-5 in the series. Homers for Suarez and Raleigh. It's 7-1 mid-5.
Now let's take a look at what's happening down on the farm. Brought to you by State Farm.
At the creator spotlight, highlighting a YouTube creator each week who's doing big things. Hello to Livestream Chris and his channel. Chris Williams, an MLB The Show gaming content creator, new videos and streams every day. Over 60,000 subscribers. He's passed 5.5 million views. Keep crushing the game, Chris. Say hello to us in the live chat, please.
MLB The Show.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
And he commentates over it. He's probably hiding his eyes a little bit right now. He's a big Angels fan, and he's a big Trout fan. Trout's not playing right now, and his team's down by a few. 7-1. George Kirby, super efficient as expected. He's got an 11-pitch inning, a 10-pitch fourth, a commanding lead. He's already all over the zone in general, and with a 7-1 advantage, should be even more so.
Yeah, and I think for George Kirby, his main goal right now is to continue to dominate quick innings. Can't look at the score 7-1. It's got to feel like a 1-1 game. Still make some quality pitches. You understand his bottom fifth right here, but if you can try to protect that bullpen, that great bullpen, as much as possible, it will be a win for Kirby.
Not messing around. 96 up. That four-seamer who used top of the zone has the sinker, new to the party in his pitch arsenal, and that first pitch curveball he showed us to Duggar, also very dangerous.
Yeah, and you can tell it's just quality pitches right there. That 1-2, try to go back foot. It was still a good pitch, even though they took it. But you can tell by the demeanor, kind of that energy that he's got. It's give me the ball, let's go. I'm thinking right now, but I'm going.
Look at in-zone rate. I mean, he is all over the strike zone, and why not with the stuff that he has? Got him. Called strike 3. 5 Ks, 3 of them looking for George Kirby. Okay, MLB.TV. Now just $64.99. Watch all out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. And catch the stars of today as they meet the stars of tomorrow. Rafael Devers and the Red Sox taking on Adley Rutschman and the Baltimore Orioles at the MLB Little League Classic presented by Geico. Action begins Sunday, 7 Eastern on ESPN. Swing and a miss there. I'll finish it. One sec. Andrew Velazquez at the dish. It's at Muncie Bank Ballpark at historic Bowman Field in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. I love watching that because I just love the kid reactions, the questions they ask the players. It's good stuff.
Little Newport Beach right there.
Yeah, where's your spot?
Miami Beach.
Miami Beach. I'll take either one, okay?
Hey, come on. Unique New York.
I'm in unique New York. Maybe too much.
I mean, you can't beat this, though, right here, huh?
This is just a great midweek ballpark, day off work.
Wear some cool lids.
I love the backdrop, too. We were messing around on social media earlier today. Take a dip out there in center field. This one's popped up shallow left. J.P. Crawford making the call and the catch.
Nobody wanted anything to do with that pop-up right there. That's a big league pop-up. Felt like it was up there forever in high skies. There's no clouds, a lot tougher. You see J.P. Crawford right there talking to his left fielder and saying, hey, man, need some help.
Number 9 hitter, Magneuris Sierra, and he's got speed, too. He'll drop a bunt. Kirby's at 60 pitches. 2 outs in the 5th.
It's efficient, man.
6 Ks. And that is ripped into right. Sierra was going to hold up at first, and a little trouble from Haniger in the corner. Makes it 2 bags with 2 outs.
Boy, that's getting on top of a fastball right there with the best of them, huh? Try to come in on him. Look at that top hand. Short. And we can see the speed, too, of him going. Kind of rushed him a little bit on Haniger. He knew he was going to possibly have a play at second base. Kind of looped up and whoop. left for Sierra to get to second base right there. He was going to hold up, and once he saw that, he just kept going. I would score that a clean double.
You would?
I would.
We'll find out. 104 off the bat. 2 outs. Flip the lineup card. It's David Fletcher. Hit him. Take your base. I bet he doesn't do that often. I mean, he hasn't walked anyone today, and he hasn't had more than 1 walk in any of his first 16 starts entering today.
Ouch. I got everybody.
Oh, he's got 5 hit by pitches on the year. So that sets up a good opportunity for the team's best bat by far on the active roster, that is. Maybe Trout's back later this week. Ohtani time.
Be interesting to see here how they go first pitch. He tried to go heater first pitch last at bat, and Ohtani was all over it. Would they try to go in here or breaking ball? Yeah, they try to go with a little slider down and in. It's a little bit different than what Ohtani has seen. Obviously, he's respecting that 2-seamer in that struck him out in his last at bat. Well, he kind of set him up for that or bait him for something like that. If I'm Ohtani, I'm looking for something up in the zone, and if I see it pop up in that curveball, I just wait a little bit and stay through the baseball. But certainly he's thinking heater right here in this 1-0 count.
Up to shoot, and Ohtani comes through, and here comes Sierra to make it 7-2.
I think it's the only hitter in baseball that I would not shift. His swing is too quiet. His hands are too good. The hand-eye coordination is exceptional. You throw him that curveball right there that doesn't do too much, and he's not doing too much with it. You understand he's got a big hole at the shortstop side, and look at him stay through it. Head down, doesn't try to pull that baseball, just kind of take it wherever it's pitched. And good hitters like that are always going to find places to hit and holes to hit into. Just a special batter right there.
3 hits yesterday, 2 more today. That's a run. Hello.
Man.
No big deal.
It is such a quiet swing. He understands his hands are so fast. His mechanics are so clean. All he's got to do is touch the baseball.
Kirby gets one past Rengifo. Fletcher and Ohtani on. More speed on the base paths for the Halos. Trying to climb their way back into this one. Plenty of time. Although, warning, the Mariners bullpen is dynamite.
Yeah, we see 2 different types of hitters right here in Rengifo and Ohtani. Ohtani a much quieter base, a much quieter approach.
Popped. And out of play.
Where we look at Ohtani's swing, it's a foot down approach. If you look at his head, it just barely moves. Understand that he doesn't even need to pivot that much. His base is already good enough. You look how his backside is so connected throughout the swing. It's just so pretty. This is the reason why I see him. He can only get better and better and better when it comes to the offensive side of his game. But it's a special player. You don't realize, first of all, how big he is. He's 6'5", 6'6", very well put together, and absolutely fly. Throws over 100 miles an hour. Guys, I'm telling you, we're never going to see anything like this before, ever again.
You don't think there'll ever be a 2-way player quite like him?
It's so hard to demand.
For a while, so maybe someone else comes up. I think there's going to be many athletes that aspire to be like Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe you even steal away some basketball and football players, say in the United States and of course internationally.
Yeah.
You're 6'5", 6'6", you can throw 90-something and you can hit the baseball a long way. Go for it as long as you can.
I just don't think there's too many 6'6" guys, that can run like he can, that can throw 100 and can hit a ball 440. It's just, you just don't find them in this world.
Bring on the athletes. Hey, The Mariners have a good one on the other side in Julio Rodriguez. Not on the mound, but he is a big dude, and he's one of the fastest players in the sport.
Boy, he loves the prime lights, huh?
Yeah.
He's just made for that.
Superstar. One-two to Rengifo, and he comes through. Fair ball down the line. Fletcher, come on down. It's 7-3 on the RBI double for Reefy. I just gave him a new nickname. It's Geefy, but we like to add on here on a YouTube Wednesday. It's all working for Luis lately.
Got a fastball up in the zone, protecting right there with a two-strike approach. It was kind of that excuse me swing right down the line, and after that we get to see everybody run, including Ohtani.
He opens up a little more with two strikes.
He does. It's a good mound visit right now, trying to calm him down a little bit. And George Kirby, look at Ohtani run, man. It's smooth sailing right there. That was one of the things that I was most impressed by him. Obviously, I knew the pitching ability and the hitting ability, but when I saw him run, it was just incredible to watch. By Rengifo, he's having, you just can't take him out of the lineup. He's earned his way to that lineup every single day, and we talked about it earlier with Phil Nevin. He said, hey, this guy needs to be in the lineup every day. I just can't take him out.
Said he's been a shot in the arm for us. He's driven in at least one run in 4 consecutive games. Now Taylor Ward with 2 in scoring position. And that's ball 1. Here's the thing with Kirby. He was great last time around on the road against the Rangers, but command wavered a bit in the 6th inning when I watched him. They ultimately took him out. He was just laying up a few more pitches over the middle of the plate that were getting attacked.
Yeah, and I think this 3rd time through, guys are understanding he's just in the strike zone. We have to understand that it's about staying ready for the fastball, especially up in the zone, which he has been throwing more of today, and respecting the breaking ball. But if you jump him early with fastballs, you may have a shot at barreling him.
Just missed.
Now, we talked about it earlier on in today's pregame, where we talk he's got to live on the edges. He's got to throw some quality pitches, especially now down when you want that 2-1 count. This is where that 2-seamer comes into play.
Ward in the air. Rodriguez circling around and finding it. Side retired. 2 though coming in for the Angels off of George Kirby. Capture it. An RBI knock for Shohei, and Rengifo following to drive in a run. Make this one a little bit closer for the Halos. Your MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is presented by J. Crew Styling with former All-Star Yonder Alonso and ABG down on the field. Scotty Braun with you on a Wednesday afternoon as the Angels tacked on 2 more runs to make this a 4-run deficit. Still plenty of time here as we're in the 6th. 9-1-2 due up for the Mariners. I feel like Sam Haggerty's up every time. Look. They have come up with, both fans, coaches, players, like 5-6 nicknames for Haggerty. I'll throw a few out there. There's Swaggy, Swaggerty. Oh, sorry, Frazier's up. You can tell me on air. Be like, yo, Scotty. Haggerty was last out.
He was.
It's Frazier. Taking one wide, 2-1. You can still pick a favorite nickname, though.
Where were we going with?
I like Swaggerty.
Swaggerty. He's got swag.
Mariners TV, they call him
BFA.
Swaggerty. Frazier. Very Frazier-ish. You know, him and David Fletcher have a lot of similarities.
They do.
And we're seeing both of them show off why they're in the big leagues. Over to Amy G.
Yeah, gentlemen, you talked about it earlier. The Mariners haven't been to the playoffs in 20 years. That's the longest postseason drought in North American sports. And Mariner Jake Lamb, well, he's got a very personal stake in Seattle reaching the playoffs. He grew up in Seattle, and he knows firsthand how much it would mean to the city for this team to get to the postseason. He was a diehard fan growing up. In 2001, the last time the Mariners were there, Lamb was 11 years old. He told me he really believes this team has what it takes to snap the skid. He also said their pitching and defense legit, but he also mentioned they aren't saying we got to get back to the playoffs. They're saying we're good enough to be in the playoffs. It's all about the verbiage.
I agree. And a lot of credit to Scott Servais. I mean, you look at the winningest managers for Mariners history. I mean, he's behind Lou Piniella with 840, and he's got over 500 wins. So a lot of credit to him. I think he's done a fantastic job. He just knows how to feel for a clubhouse. He knows how to kind of manage a clubhouse. He lets them play. He understands, like what he said today, this is my favorite group that I've ever been able to manage. And that means a lot.
Especially because he managed you.
Yeah, I was a little ticked off by that. Like, come on, man.
What about my year? Nah. He loves you.
But I mean, listen, you look at this club and look at all the boys there. They're just hanging out. Everybody's talking baseball. Everybody's paying attention. There's not one inning taken for granted. And they've acquired the right pieces, especially a guy like Luis Castillo, kind of that ace. And you know, you look at Robbie Ray and you look at Sam Gilbert. You look at, you know, obviously our pitcher today and George Kirby. They have that. And when you talk about their bullpen, who is, you know, if not one of the best in all of the American League, it plays. And it has to do a lot with Andres Munoz, Paul Sewald, Eric Swanson. I mean, these are all guys that are tied for first when it comes into statistical categories for a bullpen. And I think they're made for that. They know that they can defend. They know they can run, they can hit, but they can certainly absolutely pitch.
Look at their rotation last year versus this year. I mean, it's not even close. It's so much better stuff-wise, the names that are in there. And it's been a minute. Longest active drought among the pro sports in North America belongs to the Seattle Mariners. M's fans are like, we know. Rodriguez into center to Sierra for out number 1 in the 6th. 2001. That was Ichiro's rookie season.
Yeah.
They won 116 games.
Yeah, and the one thing about this team, too, they're going to be playing meaningful games in September. And those are scary teams. You know, it's something to win the division 2 weeks left of the season. It's something else when you're playing those last 2 weeks meaningful baseball. And I think they're certainly going to be playing meaningful games in late September. And you got to watch out for those guys because they don't get any rest. As soon as they're done with their season, they're going to go into the first round of the wild card. Those teams are very dangerous because they have that feel. They kind of have that flow. Their timing when it comes to the pitching side, the defensive side, or the hitting side is up to date. It's a different ballgame when you have to wait and win a division and have that first round bye and wait 5 days, 6 days. That's tougher. That's a lot tougher to do. You got to be careful with these teams, especially these teams that have really good pitching in the back end of that bullpen. then it becomes a shorter game. It becomes a 6-inning game.
They have a ton of names in that bullpen. I mean, Eric Swanson is having some year. Paul Sewald's great again. Andres Munoz, watching him again last night. Wow. Diego Castillo, solid out of the bullpen. Here it is. Those numbers work since June 21. And they're also 35 and 15 since then.
You know, made a good point right there, Elijah. Our research, he said it reminds you a lot of the Kansas City Royals teams. You know, Wade Davis, those big arms they had in the pen. Kelvin Herrera was absolutely nasty. They have guys like that in that pen, and when you look at a team like that, you have the lead in the 6th inning, 7th inning. Guess who you're going to see? You're going to see this fire coming at you every single inning. That's tough to beat when you have a bullpen like this, where you can just throw in anybody throwing over 100 miles an hour. It's tough to hit that, especially in the postseason.
Matt Brash has nasty stuff too. He was a starter, and then they send him down. He's up now as a relief pitcher for the club, maybe a future starter still, but for now you'll take the gas out of the bullpen. And I think the difference also with this Mariners team versus that Royals ball club, stuff-wise, the starters on this Seattle team, they're better.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Ray and Castillo at the top of your rotation.
Oh, man.
The youngsters, Gilbert and George Kirby, who we're watching today, veteran like Marco Gonzalez. I mean, Chris Flexen now moving to the bullpen because there's too much depth.
Yeah, and you look at them throughout the year, right? They've won a lot of one-run games. Those are big for a team like that, because you go into the postseason, guess what? You're not beating up teams 8-0 in a postseason. You're playing close games, and these guys have been used to that. A lot of credit to the front office, a lot of credit to Jerry Dipoto. He's made, you know, what do they call him? Dealing Dipoto.
Trader Jerry. That's whipped by Winker. Giving it a ride, and that ball is gone.
Cuidado, piso mojado.
13th of the season for Winker. 2nd of the series. Feel bad for him. He broke the sign.
Oh my goodness, happy birthday.
Picking on the Michelob Ultra sign, and cheers to you. Brew after the game for the birthday boy. Turns 29 and powers up. It's 9-3.
Turn on a ball right there, man. Fastball up and in. Top-sided homers. Two-hand finish. Look at this. Woof. He knew as soon as he hit it. Absolute rocket. Jesse Winker, happy birthday, buddy.
We're going to need to recalibrate in right field. See that sign?
Yeah, scoreboard broken.
Yep. Foul ball up the bat of Mitch Haniger. Uh-oh. That's fresh.
Wow. That was impressive. That got out of here in an absolute hurry.
Winker has crushed Angels pitching this year too. 11 for 33, 3 homers, 10 RBIs. Boom, there's the damage, and it was like, uh-oh, malfunction. Haniger went around and down on strike. 2nd out in the 6th. Look at that. Wait, when does it die? 3, 4, about 4 seconds. And they're like, I'm done. Jesse, leave me alone. Wow. I think you've done that. You definitely did that.
I mean,
in at University of Miami.
You know what it felt like, that homer? It just felt like you know when a ball has a face with the hair and it's just screaming, yeah. And the hair is just back. Like if you're driving down the 10, going about 50 to 60, you just kind of put your head back and the air is just flying back at you. That's what that ball had. That ball had hairs.
Did.
Absolute rocket hairs.
Feels extra good on his birthday too. First Mariner to homer on his birthday since Logan Morrison.
Oh wow.
2015.
Yeah.
16 or 15?
It's always good.
15.
On your birthday. It's always good on your birthday.
Oh,
hit a bomb.
Come on.
I mean that's That's better than opening up some gifts, eating some cake.
Reaching for one, back to Myers. Suarez is retired. Another one for the M's. Jesse Winker. Blow out some candles. Or the Michelob Ultra sign. Mission accomplished, bud. We're back in Anaheim this week, but it's global roll call time. It's global audience. You can watch this game from anywhere on the planet, so let us know where you're checking in from in the chat. Location, time of day, too. We like to know what time it is. And then sometimes I try to do the math. They're like, it's 22:42. I have no idea, but we'll shout some of you out later on. Scotty Braun and Yonder Alonso, along with Amy G, at 3:12 local time in sunny California. A 9-3 advantage for the Mariners.
Great lids today. I've seen some really cool hats.
Style game in general in Southern California is elite.
Yes.
Trendsetters.
Look at that. Huh?
That's good stuff.
Minute Maid. Frozen. Ooh.
There are some, again, we like to point out everything here. There are some brown bags. Some Angels fans that are a little bit disappointed. Also, just credit if you're wearing a brown bag on a day like today. It's 90 degrees.
This is a situation, though. Come September, you call up everybody.
Yes. You can't call up everybody because it's not 40 men anymore.
Correct.
Right?
But you call up as many guys as you can. You give opportunities to everybody. You give up. You got to know what you have in these young players. And we talked about it earlier today with Phil Nevin. He says, hey, we have a bunch of pre-arbitration guys, a lot of guys that are trying to get to know each other. A lot of guys that are trying to know their routine and their timing in this league and kind of getting comfortable in this league. And when you have the time to kind of do that and you're still playing, you're still playing good baseball, but you have to understand, like, hey, we're kind of looking into the future here and trying to see what's happening. It doesn't all have to be negatives, right? There's a lot of positive in that, kind of knowing who do you have, who's in your roster, and then you work accordingly to that in the offseason. Clearly, they thought, and this year, right, we saw what we saw in April. I mean, they were a good team. They were a team that in the offseason you can talk and say, hey, these guys are going to kind of turn this corner. And obviously the injuries haven't helped. But other than that, I mean, they still feel like, hey, we can kind of make a push here next year. We can kind of feel like we can make some things happen. But right now, it's certainly a situation where you want to see this roster and you want to see what they have to hopefully develop and win some games come next year.
Kirby thought he had strike 3 there. Counts full. For the Mariners, for the Angels, they began the year 24-13, but then a 3-18 stretch, which included a 14-game losing skid that really sunk the ball club, and that's when they did let go Joe Madden within that skid. Last time they made the playoffs, 2014. Walsh sending one the other way. Haggerty coming in. One gone in the 6th. You know what we do every week on YouTube? We hand out a trophy at the end of the game. 3 guys have homered. Kirby pitching well. It's the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. It's heavy.
It's heavy.
And you'll have your chance to vote. Help us figure out who we're going to talk to post-game. Some past winners. Could it be Gino? Cal? Birthday boy Jesse, who's a great interview too.
Oh yeah.
Winker's full of energy.
How about the guy that's on the mound right now?
George Kirby. Yeah, let's lock in on George for a moment because this is going to be his last inning. The cap for him is around, this might be his last batter, is around 85 pitches. He throws strikes. Just does not walk batters, and this is a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a guy, 60 strikes, 25 balls. It's just unbelievable. I mean, it's so hard to see, right? You don't find rookies that can dominate the kind of the strike zone like the way he's been doing this whole year.
20th overall pick back in 2019. Apparently best golfer on the team too. He's from New York. Although they said he doesn't have that super aggressive New York mentality. I mean, I grew up in the New York City area and everyone's competing, and I mean obviously he's competitive and look where he is now, but more of a laid back personality. He's number 3 in strikeout to walk ratio, minimum of 80 innings. Those are some good names to be along. Nola, Scherzer, Gossman, McClanahan.
Yeah, 6 strikeouts, no walks today. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Shaking his head though. He has labored a bit these last couple innings now compared to the first 4.
Trying to overpower him right there. I think this is his last batter right here. He kind of knows it. He's certainly pitching with a little bit more of an attitude, right? He wants to power this guy, make sure that he throws his best stuff right here.
Got him. Great pitch from Kirby to full Suzuki. I'm watching Scott Service.
Yeah.
Is he coming out?
He's thinking about it.
I would let him go one more. I know there's
it looks like it.
Pitch count concerns, but Steven Duggar, let him go.
It's unknown territory. This is a situation right here. It's a 9-3 ball game. There's 2 outs. He's got 88 pitches. Let's see what he's got.
2 strikeouts looking against Duggar today. It's a good matchup for Kirby. There's strike 1.
Quality outing. You know, his velocity's still there, still controlling the strike zone.
His season high is 100 pitches. That was back on July 2nd against Oakland. And Duggar is searching right now. He's 0 for his last 17.
He's got that life, huh?
Yeah. He's working the top of the zone with the 4-seamer.
He's got the 4-seamer right now with that slider and that curve. 2-1 count. Good time to throw that slider, that curve.
More heat.
More heat. He feels good right now. It's been all fastballs coming right at you. No fooling around. You know, you can just tell he's the aggressor in this at bat, right? It's like the overmatch completely. We're talking about a hitter who's struggling 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, and we got a guy like Kirby who's just really feeling himself right now. I mean, it is sharp. It's with intent. His misses are the right misses. And we see a guy like Steven Duggar. He's fighting, and it's a quality at bat as well. Got him to 3-2. You got to think heater here, up in the zone.
Ball 4. Duggar draws a walk, and the 8-hitter Andrew Velazquez is going to see a new pitcher. That's just the 3rd full count worked by an Angels hitter against George Kirby this afternoon. Goes 5 2/3, which he did last start as well. And he'll hand the baseball to his skipper. Gave them some pretty good quality on the mound today in Anaheim. Penn Murphy taking over for Seattle in a moment.
This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Now pitching for the Mariners, number 56, Penn Murphy.
All day for us.
Hey, that 2-seam's kind of nasty, huh? That little front door 2-seam he runs in, man. It's hard to cover. He broke that out a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, dude, he's young. He's young, too. It's impressive. Get these guys out here. Let's go. Execute.
He is 24 years old. He's kind of shaking his head after 5 2/3. He's responsible for Duggar over at first. 3 runs, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's never gone over 2 walks in his big league career. George Kirby, everyone. He's just disappointed too, Yonder. His last couple innings, the command wasn't as sharp as it was the first 4.
That's all it is. He wanted to finish that inning. He tried. He had a guy with 2 strikes right there. Couldn't put him away.
And he had struck out Steven Duggar in the first 2 matchups.
I'll tell you what, though, Penn Murphy plus slider. Hitters are hitting 127 off of it with 46 strikeouts.
You know, in the game of baseball, you can make it in a variety of ways. We go from a former first-round pick, a rookie in George Kirby. This is a rookie who was taken in the 33rd round by Seattle in 2018. What a find.
That's definitely some funk, a submariner.
Shipped to center. In comes Rodriguez. Going to drop. And there's a single for Velazquez. 2 outs, 2 on for the Angels in the 6th.
You know, it's so easy to pull a guy, especially a guy throwing 88 miles an hour, or a submariner, on a lefty hitting. But you know, he stays through this pitch, doesn't try to do too much. The approach is the other way. As you can see, he gets a little jam, but that allows him to kind of stay through that baseball and not roll over on it. Just a good piece of hitting right there by Velazquez.
Magneuris Sierra in the 9 spot. They switched the double for Sierra in the 5th. It's a single and an error on Haniger. That was last inning. Sierra ended up scoring. I think that was the right call.
It was.
Bobbled a bit out there. I was surprised.
I'm always, I'm always rooting for. I root for my offensive guys.
Of course.
It's like, hey, you're home, just give him a double.
Still gets the hit.
It does.
Just a little less slug. So Duggar and Velazquez on for Sierra. And then top of the order coming up for the Halos. That's ripped foul.
Situation here for Sierra. You got to get him up in the zone. You got to try to stay through him, see it as deep as possible. We know his best pitch is that slider. Well, that slider needs to start away from you. Kind of that one right there started middle. Kind of came in on him. They're having some trouble right now with the comms.
Do you bring batteries with you now on the road just to help out?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know if this is what we consider a pitching mound or visit or trying to figure it out.
It's a tech timeout. Can you hear me now? Okay, press the button. Slider away. Okay, I got it. Hey, Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. And Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball.
Aha. Well done.
Packed parking lot. Where's your car? In Miami.
The marina, man.
You're like, wait, car or boat?
Yeah.
You're a boat guy.
I get the tan.
When am I going on the boat?
Heads up.
Hello.
Okay, this is situations right here for the Angels and their roster. You want to see what this young kid is made of, right? Situation first and second after hitting that nice base hit in the other at bat he had, previous at bat.
To the right side, and that'll do it. Santana puts away Sierra, and the Angels come up empty, stranding 2 in the 6th. Let's move on to the 7th in Anaheim.
Information on the game use program, visit angels.com/authentic. And now, fans, it's time for today's cap double presented by New Era. We're going to place the ball under the middle cap. Let's see if you can follow it until the end.
Enjoy the show wherever you are with the MLB app with coverage of in-game highlights, pitch-by-pitch features, select live broadcast coverage, and more. You won't miss a beat. Download the MLB app today. Pick your favorite defensive moment in the greatest play ever sweepstakes presented by Pixel Vault for a chance to win tickets to a 2022 regular season game of your choice. Restrictions apply. See rules and vote by scanning that QR code on your screen right now or at MLB.com/bracket. No, we found it. Gino Suarez over the wall. His 20th of the season back in the 5th. He made the last out in the 6th. So it's J.P. Crawford leading off in the Mariners' 7th. Scotty Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G on YouTube on a Wednesday.
Scotty Braun, the voice of YouTube.
Hey, along with my man to the right. Long flight across the country, and we're heading back tonight. It's a solid 12 hours of flying.
Yeah.
Worth it. I love it here. 3 misses from Myers, still going. Last appearance for him was 4 innings, so.
What I like about JB Crawford, he's got the glasses, the purple gloves.
You like his look?
Yeah, I like the cleats are styling. I mean, he's a really good player. Look at that.
You know, Myers has passed his career high in pitches. This is 72.
Yeah, you can tell too the velocity is not 95, 96 anymore.
No.
More that 90, 92. Trying to get some innings out of him. Look at them cleats. Oh man.
Yeah.
Show cleats right there.
I like the color blend.
Is that a little fox he's got there?
Yes. I don't know if that's a fox.
I don't know.
Someone help us out in
Tell you what, though.
in the chat.
Sweet.
What animal is that on the cleats?
I've always been more of a cleat guy. I'm not so much of the shorts pants over the knee. Wasn't too fond of that with Santana wearing his pants over his knees. I'm more of a cleat guy. Always had good cleat game.
And the cleats just keep getting better.
Yeah.
More creative.
Cleats get better. The pants get shorter.
Yep. Got to show them off.
Yeah. I mean, it's a different world, a fun world of baseball we play in right now with a lot of style.
A strike to Carlos Santana, who's got the whole left side of the infield if he wants it.
Tell you what, how important has he been to that Seattle Mariners clubhouse? You know, him and kind of being that guy who's won in the past before. He's been that leader on winning teams. You know, we talked about it earlier today with Scott Service.
And a good rip to center, sending Sierra back to haul it in.
That's back-to-back at bats right there, barreling up the baseball and just shy of the track. But he's been so important to Julio Rodriguez. He's been so important to that offensive team and roster. But good at-bats are still coming. That's a good swing right there.
Yeah, loud first out, and also a lot of work, a lot of steps today for Sierra
he thought it was gone.
Center. He did. You're good.
That's like, oh no. Oh yes, great. Let's go. Move on. Oh, that's a good changeup right there.
Yeah.
I always like the cat and mouse game. You know, first pitch, took him deep. Colorado with a slider. Right there, first pitch now. This next at bat is a changeup. See how out in front he is with it. Now the at bat starts.
He homered in his last trip off of Myers. Now 2 strikes on him.
A little tardy right there.
StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Watch it go.
That's
a digital signage. Yeah, hanging slider and that digital signage. That was the first hit it took. And then remember, Winker hit it to a similar spot. And it's back, though. I think.
I don't know.
Can't tell because right now what's on there is just a background. We'll pay attention to it. Make sure the computer screen's okay out there and right.
Yeah, you know, this is the approach right here with Cal. You see how he barrels it up quite often. But look at this 2-strike approach right here. He's choking up right now. You rarely don't see that anymore. Even though it's a 9-3 ball game, he still wants to grind out the at bat.
He's shortened up his swing this year too, so it's a good call.
Little things that go unnoticed right there. 2-strike approach, ball in the dirt right there by Crawford. He takes a good secondary. He sees and he's off.
Yep. And Crawford into scoring position.
A back-to-back change up here will be a good pitch. We're seeing the approach right now in the defensive alignments for the Angels. They're playing that rollover type of defense.
One of our mics is just picking up an absolute
he's hot. It's hot right now. This mic.
There's your rollover. And Raleigh is retired. Crawford over to third. Wild pitch got him to second, and now he's 90 feet away from putting the Mariners into double digits today. They cut off the adult beverages after the 7th, right?
At some point, yeah. Have yourself a lemonade. Have yourself a lemonade, kid. Yeah, he's right behind home plate, and you know he's doing it.
He's on YouTube today.
He's on YouTube.
About 20,000 in the seats this afternoon. It's Sam Haggerty. First pitch swinging. And Duggar camps under it. That's it for the Mariners 7th. Still 9-3 your score. Get up and stretch.
There's a good look at those seats. Those could be yours. And now please join Lexi Mercadefi in singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Let's hear it for Lexi Mercadefi.
Welcome back, everybody, to our MLB Network YouTube Game of the Week. Angels manager Phil Nevin got to experience something very special back in July when he was able to manage against his son Tyler, who plays for the Orioles. Now, he started with it got a little weird because Tyler reached base, was called safe, and Phil said no, he was out. So he immediately had to call for a replay on his own kid. Well, Dad was right. The call was overturned. He added, though, that you just don't know how to act. He said he wasn't sure if he could cheer, he couldn't smile, but overall, it's an extremely special moment that he'll reflect on forever. He said it's all you want is to share that moment with your son. And quickly, his other son is playing in the Dodgers organization, Kyle. So, talented family, gentlemen.
He's got another chance to replay review, take a knock away from a kid. I'm kidding, but that's a great story. Thank you, Amy G.
You know what I love about that story, too?
Would you do that to your boy?
100%.
You would?
I would. You know what I love about that story is that Sandoval was pitching, and he comes back in the dugout. He goes, all right, that was for you, Skip. No more of it. You're not going to get another base hit out of him.
Like,
said, all right,
I gave him one.
I gave him one. We're good. Let's move on, all right? I think it's great.
That is really, really cool. Yeah, it's tougher than it looks to suddenly be rooting against your son.
It's funny. He said, you know, I made sure that my hands, I wasn't going to make a move on my hands or clap my hands and cheer for him. But the next thing was I can't talk. I can't laugh. I can't make a smile. Great story.
Camera's on you, so Fletcher left side, and that gets through both infielders for Seattle. On the other side of the diamond is Adam Frazier, who was chatting with the best player on the planet recently.
Hey, you don't steal anymore? What happened? They say no? Hey, you remember 2015, the Premier 12. Why they take you out in the 7th? I played on the USA team in that tournament, so we were watching you pitch. That's fun. Tokyo Dome?
Awesome. Hey, they don't let you run anymore?
Yeah. Did they tell you no more? You know what I love about that too is the ability of these baseball players. Such a small world, right? I mean, Frazier was there in Japan, and he was seeing him pitch, and he was with Team USA. He's like, hey man, do you remember that? He's like, yeah, absolutely, I remember that. It's just great.
Do you think he really does?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, no question about it.
Like, you think he remembers Frazier specifically? Oh, that is scorched.
Let's watch him run.
Into the corner.
He's smelling
Fletcher
a triple.
to third.
He's smelling a triple.
And here he comes. Shohei will knock in a run on a triple on back-to-back days.
Oh, man, what a beauty. Gets a fastball inside right here. Doesn't try to do too much with it. Stayed through it, and as soon as he hit it, he was smelling it. Look at him go. As soon as he steps on second base, it's smooth sailing, airplane mode for Shohei Ohtani.
He did that yesterday.
It's a little two-seamer that doesn't really run. It kind of cuts a little bit. It's just so smooth. It's so simple. It's so quiet. The hand-eye coordination is one of the best in the world. And then when you see the other abilities of him running and him pitching and doing other things, it's just remarkable. I think we're going to see the best baseball that Shohei Ohtani has brought this year and with a month left of season.
Last year, he led baseball with 8 triples. And look at him go again, bringing home Fletcher and making this a 9-4 contest.
And he's so quiet. But right there, that first step is what leads to it. And look how he's touching the bags. When he's touching it, it's always in the inside part of the bag. Oh, he smelled it right away. Just a dynamic player.
5 triples this season for Shohei.
Got a little jam right there, but yet he's just so strong.
It's like a response with the bat to Fletcher. He's like, what, you don't steal base anymore? Nah, I hit triples.
Looks like Rengifo, he's a little hurt. He's kind of taking his time right now. His low back, maybe oblique. Kind of took an awkward swing. Well, the infield's playing back. All you got to do is make contact.
And he does, but it's back to the pitcher. So just a ground out. Ohtani over at third. Now 1 down in the 7th.
Nice play by Murphy right there. Nice little one-hopper comeback around at him. Pitcher's got a feel too. Look at the guy at third. Make a good throw to Santana.
Penn Murphy's eating up innings in a 9-4 game. He's got a 2.5 ERA.
Man.
They've got arms. It's kind of funky out of the hand. There you go.
Man. That's a strike to ball right there. It just looks like a strike all the way through, about 3/4 of the way. It just dives on you. Just a really good pitch, very well located and executed.
Uses that frisbee about half the time. There it is again to Taylor Ward.
Yeah, we'll probably see more of it too.
Yeah.
Situation right here where you want to roll over. You kind of want that strike to ball ratio. You want to swing, but kind of keep that ball in the left side of the infield.
All sliders so far to Ward.
When you look at Seattle's pen, you know, they have all the right pieces and situations of a game, right? A tough righty comes up, say a guy like Judge, well, you get a guy like Murphy, kind of a submariner, very difficult on righties. You have a guy that, you know, Munoz, who can throw 100 miles an hour when you need a big strikeout. They're just set up so well to play close games we talk about what postseason baseball is all about. Is about who can score first and who can kind of shorten the game for you. And Seattle is definitely a team that can do that.
What do you think, Slatter?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And he lines it up and sends it to left. This should be good enough to score the speedy Shohei Ohtani and make this a 9-5 ball game. Sac fly from Taylor Ward.
Chipping away. Getting another slider right there. A little bit more up in the zone with 2 strikes, not trying to do too much right there. Got the job done. No play at home.
And this could change the decision making by Scott Servais these last few innings. They are off tomorrow.
Everybody's available.
Yep. And then they're in Oakland for the weekend. Got to win this one if you're Scott Servais and the Mariners, so don't hold back, and I don't think they will. Walsh is hitless today, and that stays the same. But 2 more for the Angels in the 7th to keep this one tight enough that you should see some of the high leverage relievers out of the pen as this one continues. We head to the 8th, 9-5 Seattle.
Now fans, take a look at the video board for today's play of the game presented by PetInsurance.com. We head back to this last half inning as Shohei Ohtani laces a shot into the left field corner for an RBI triple, his 2nd triple in as many days. That was today's play of the game.
It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by J. Crew, Yonder Alonso, Amy G, Scott Braun, in a 9-5 game with the Mariners in front against an Angels squad that has an MVP candidate. He won the award last year, and he's going up against Aaron Judge. That's the primary competition, as Judge is chasing a major home run record in the American League too. But look what he's doing as a pitcher and a hitter. I mean, you can make the case he is just as valuable this year as last year. Hitting stats not as high as last year. Pitching stats better than last season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you're looking at an Angels team of 51-66 and you see the type of offense and the type of pitching that Shohei Ohtani is doing right now, it really surely gets your attention. Sure, you can talk about Aaron Judge, obviously with 46 homers, hitting .297, 100 RBIs, slugging over .667, but what we are watching right now with Shohei Ohtani, he's become an ace. He's getting better each and every start. Remember, last year he was shut down in September most of the second half. So I think for him this year is kind of making that push into realizing, no, I want to finish strong. I want to make sure that I am still a weapon when it comes to the pitching defensive side of it. But no question about it, I think when you look at Shohei Ohtani, there's more baseball to be played. I think his numbers are only going to get better, especially from the pitching side. He still has about 7 or 8 starts that he's still got to make. I'm seeing probably the best Shohei Ohtani when it comes to the pitching performances, and I think it's so difficult to kind of replicate what he did last year on the offensive side, but he's still top 10 in most categories, and I think you have to kind of give that knowledge because, look, we can talk about it all day long, right? Judge is not pitching. all he's doing is hitting and playing really good solid defense.
He's hitting a homer every night.
Yeah, I get that. But look, their offense has struggled a bit when you talk about the Yankees. And when you talk about Shohei, I mean, this is a guy who they're losing a lot of games, and he's still out there performing and playing great baseball. It's something to talk about. It's just funny. I just think about it, Scotty, like if Shohei right now was to throw a no-hitter, okay, and would he be the MVP?
Just from the no-hitter?
Just from the no-hitter?
No, I mean, that gives you a little more national pub or international publicity, but I don't think it's that.
So he throws a no-hitter. He throws a no-hitter. He has 10 more homers. He finishes with 36 homers for the year. Let's say he gets close to 100 RBIs. And you pitching at an ace level, it's really hard. Oh, here we go.
That is a fair ball down the line. Adam Frazier is going to truck into second with the double. Hey, you get mic'd up, and look at your day. A walk, a single, now a double for Frazier.
Boy, I tell you, Seattle just doesn't go away, huh? You score some runs, and they go right back. In the 5th inning, they scored 3 runs. Angels scored 2. Boom, Mariners are right back in it in the 6th with 2 more runs. And right now, they're looking to do some damage, man, on second with no outs, and Julio Rodriguez coming up. But we talked about Shohei. I mean, Scotty, if he hits 10 homers, if he throws a no-hitter this year, it's something to talk about. He's close to finishing with 40 homers, 100 RBIs. He's throwing ace type of baseball right now every time he goes out every 6 days. It is special, man.
Well, let's do this. We have thousands of friends watching with us in the live chat. Let us know. Rodriguez to center. Sierra put out after put out today. And tagging is Frazier and in there. But let us know just your thoughts in general and who your MVP pick would be, or if you want to comment on if you think Ohtani's going to end up winning it. Thoughts on the MVP discussion in the American League, as Judge, of course, is chasing the American League home run record set by Roger Maris. 61 homers. Judge has a shot.
And he had a chance to stay long-term in New York. He denied it. I think that's very stressful also for a guy like Judge. He's got a lot to prove going into 32 years old. But when you look at Shohei, my goodness, I mean, it is as impressive as it gets every day. Not only from the offensive side, but from the pitching side. It's just been phenomenal.
He's 7 for 12 in this series, so he's stating his case. Infield in, Jesse Winker, ball 1. Mike Myers has been pitching forever. This is his longest outing of his career by innings and by pitches. So Jose Rojas is the new third baseman for the Angels. Rengifo taken out of the game, so you're right, there might be an issue there. You called that out last inning. That's a strike. Jesse Winker's like, are you sure?
I think for me as a hitter, man on third, no outs, or 1 out, it's my favorite part of hitting.
Did you see that head turn?
Yeah. I said, wait, what?
Exit velocity on the head turn, 103.
Touche. I like that.
It was some type of GIF or something, right? It's like, when your boy says you can't hit a free throw. Turn. Huh? 2 balls and 2 strikes to Winker. Let's StatCast him. Powered by Google Cloud. 2nd homer of this series. He came back in the 6th. The birthday blast. There you go. Graphics department on your game. Took out some digital signage. It has since been fixed up, so we're good. Gianni, you're a stud. Behind the scenes, good work.
I'll tell you what, that ball got out of here in an absolute hurry.
That was his 13th of the season. He's got a runner at third, and he's down on strikes.
Good slider right there. Kind of froze them up. I think he was thinking more two-seamer up in the zone. See that tight spin right there. See that dark little dot on a slider right there. Completely frozen. Look at him buckle. Oh, back knee buckle. Had no chance. Gum, your fault.
Did he make contact with the gum or did he miss?
I don't think he missed. I think he missed. We have a StatCast.
He struck out twice.
Part of our Google, huh? Far that gum went.
We can track swing path now.
We can.
So, something for the StatCast crew to work on. Winker making contact or not with the gum. Cut and a miss from Haniger.
You got to see it again.
Run it back.
Let's see it. And he missed. Foul tip. Foul tip. Disgusting.
I think he missed on the kick too.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Gum's fault.
2 hits today for Mitch Haniger. Roller left side, and this will end the inning. Let's head to the home 8th. Mariners in front, 9-5 on YouTube. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Boom, nailed it. The Mariners YouTube channel is your destination for highlights and behind-the-scenes footage. Visit youtube.com/Mariners.
Also, Anaheim fans can head to youtube.com/Angels for exclusive interviews, original content, and more.
Boom, I'm on it. Have a day. You know, I was in L.A. for the All-Star game. We all were, right? And I took one extra day before I went back. Played beach volleyball. I think it was the first time in my life.
Like little Top Gun shirt off, show the guns, get oiled up.
Pretty good. I think I found my sport, and they're like, have you ever played? I was like, no. Anyway, Matt Brash on the mound to pitch the 8th against the Angels, who do not have Luis Rengifo for the rest of this one. Yonder called this out. He said, I think he's hurt. He is. He left the game with low back tightness. Which is a shame for the player personally, too, who's playing his best baseball in the bigs in his career right now. So we hope it's just a small day-to-day thing and that he's back in there for the Angels. But after the swing, yeah, you can see him stretching it out.
You can tell, a little low back oblique area. Not fun.
Kurt Suzuki leading off the 8th for the Angels. We'll do the global roll call during this half inning too, if there's nothing crazy going on.
It's a great story though about Matt Brash. You know, he was originally a starter, just really didn't work out. Over a 7 ERA, you know, got sent down, and he's really excelled in that bullpen role as a reliever under a 2.7 ERA, 13 innings pitch. You know, he's kind of found his role here with Seattle and understanding that he's going to be in some big spots. For him, it's just about continuing to kind of use that movement on his four-seamer slider curve. It's exceptional. It's that tight kind of curve at 90 miles an hour, but you know, his stuff is you know, very slider heavy. uses over 46% of the time, and he's really found a niche here with the Seattle Mariners bullpen.
He needs to work on strike throwing if he wants to start again, which he does in the future. He's totally cool with the role for now, but
the stuff is electric.
Oh,
I mean, you're
it's so
talking
good.
about 97, 98 miles an hour. His second best pitch, which he throws just the same as his fastball, is that wicked slider at 90 miles an hour. Again, just another quality arm that Seattle Mariners can just bring out on a 9-5 score. This is a absolute stopper right here.
Got him. Suzuki strikes out. All right, let me give you some fans from around the country and the world. Lad Pack in Chicago. Zombie in Seattle. I'm not going to read all these crazy channel names. Ohio, Boston, Toronto, Johans in Sweden, Bert in Pakistan.
Wow.
Jack in London.
Love it.
Can't pronounce this one, but from Germany. Okay, medium large, says Mars. Okay. Don't believe you. Australia, UK, more Australia, Portland. Your global roll call. Appreciate all of you.
I love it.
From earlier when we called you out, where you're watching the game. Global broadcast here on YouTube. Strike to Duggar.
Oh, man. He throws that get me over slider, and now it's that sharper slider right there. 1-1, winning a count. Now he's got him on just swing mode completely. You can go 97 up at the zone. You can go back to that back foot slider. I mean, the quality of that pitch right there, how sharp it is, setting him up from that first slider.
99. He was picked in 2019, 113 overall by the Padres. Delivery wasn't clean, and we've discussed some command issues, but the stuff is nasty. Robbie Ray says electric, the whole deal. Big pickup for the Mariners. Born in Canada.
It's absolutely electric, and I think as a starter, I think his problem was just the walk ratio, right? 20 innings pitched, 17 walks, and as a reliever, it's just been completely down. 13 innings pitched, only 7 walks. It's still a little bit high. You may want to get that a little bit more down, but he's going to get guys to swing. He's got swing and miss stuff, absolutely.
One swinging, one called. Mark Thurston in the commentary goes, he's going to be even sicker than this next year. I'm with you. I think this is a guy who, like Touki Toussaint, has struggled to find the zone over his career. Matt Brash, I think, is going to be able to figure it out and be a starter in the future. There's that record, 47-0, heading into the 8th with a lead.
Man.
Only undefeated team in MLB, and some of you probably are going to comment, why'd you show that? Don't jinx it.
Heads up.
Scott Service and the Mariners in the last 2 years dominated in late innings. And that is a 4-run advantage, but
pushing the right buttons.
2-run games, it's been special. And it's a few things that come to mind. The blend. It's a lights out bullpen. It's clutch hitting, and it's solid defense.
Yeah, and I would probably say defense first, then the clutch bullpen, and then obviously the timely hitting. But oh man, this is just wow, impressive nonetheless.
Matt Brash showing off to the world on YouTube. hit the 9th in Anaheim on YouTube. Mariners going for the sweep. Managerial swaps this year. Girardi out, Thompson in. Phillies have been great. Madden out, Nevin in. Montoyo let go for Schneider. And then most recently this week, Chris Woodward let go by the Texas Rangers. And then today, John Daniels also let go, longtime leader of the front office for the Rangers. And Tony Beasley, the interim manager for Texas. So there had been quite a few seasons of calm waters during the year with manager swaps. And this year, I mean, we've seen some aggressive moves by front offices and ownership groups to say, you know what, I don't like what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Let's make a swap.
You know, the Rangers one that caught me by surprise because, you know, I remember going to spring training and it was, well, they know they're not going to lose 100 games, okay? But I don't think they were going to compete to win 100 games. That one for me, kind of head scratcher. Just a little head scratcher.
Especially during the season, I guess, you know, you want to get a jump on the GM search if you want to go there. Suarez giving it a ride, deep center, and Sierra is there. How many times have I said that today?
Man, I feel like they've
first out.
Yeah, it feels like they've hit 5 balls to the track right there in that triangle.
Great workout for Sierra out there.
Huh.
Suarez homered earlier. He's a candidate for player of the game. But anyway, let's see it again. My thing with Texas, let's do that just for a second here. I mean, with us in the live chat too, fans help us out. Did you think the Rangers were going to be a playoff team this year? I thought they were still building their way back up. So if you were going to make a change, I thought maybe before or after the season. It's not like a team that I watched this year and said, oh, they didn't perform to expectations. It's not there yet. They have some really strong pitching prospects in the minors. They signed Seager and Semien for the long term. I did not expect, and I don't think most did, the Rangers to be a playoff team this year. We did that poll last week when we had the team.
That's interesting. Very, very interesting. How about Jaime Barria? First Panamanian-born pitcher in Angels history. You know, obviously the only other player was Hall of Famer Rod Carew.
And he's in the zone on J.P. Crawford. Take your base. Crawford has walked 3 times today. There you go, out of Panama City.
Been to Panama?
You have?
My parents just went. They loved it. Absolutely loved it. Great food.
My parents have been too, and they were like, great spot for a trip. Underrated spot. There'll be some World Baseball Classic action there. Qualifiers in September. I want to go. Santana lifts one. The new third baseman, Jose Rojas, is there. All right, ready for some answers on the Rangers topic here?
Yeah, I also wanted to know, you know, the Ohtani MVP. Never got to that.
I'll get you that too. Dodger Film said didn't think the Rangers were a playoff team this year.
No, I agree.
Nolan with a good answer. Rangers spend half a bill on 2 players, neglect the rest of the roster, and then blame the manager and fire him.
Thank you for that.
Hey, here's another one. I don't want to say the name, but you can see in the chat if you're watching. Rangers were never contenders. However, Woody and Daniels were holding them back significantly. Opinion there. Okay.
All right.
I've got lots of MVP talk for you. I don't know if we have time here.
That's the one that gets me. It's like, MVP talk is very intriguing. You know, I'm more of a positive guy.
Glass half full.
Glass half full.
I'm both.
Tomatoes.
I like tomatoes and tomatoes.
Yeah. Potatoes. Where are we going with this, man?
I want to read the answer. I want to make sure we get through a batter here and we don't open up a hole.
Kind of warm.
And then
yeah,
it's like, see you later. Off to the bottom of the ninth.
Well, 2-1 count. Ooh, healthy.
All right, that gives me a
hack.
sec. Let me give you a few, okay?
Come on.
Sean said Judge is MVP, but while he has improved, he is hardly a good center fielder. Edward, Judge MVP, period. Power of myth. No, that's not a good one. Let's see. Spicy Bear, Ohtani MVP. Raphael, right now, Judge. Sandlot said if Judge hits 65, I think it should be Judge. 65? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
it's still a tall task.
5 bombs. You know what it is going home after a long season? How many homers you hit? 65 of them things. I mean, that is impressive.
Brandon, I need to clear this up. Brandon says hitting a lot of home runs. What else makes Judge the MVP contender? First of all, home runs are important. And second of all,
he's got 100 RBIs.
Judge is an all-around player. I mean, he tries to defender too. He's got the hit tool. He is a good defender.
Yeah.
He can run. I mean, this is not just a big swing and miss, all or nothing guy.
Well, and you're asking a guy too that primarily plays right field, moved him over to center because they didn't have a center fielder. He said, "I'll play center." I mean, that talking about a guy who's 6'6", 6'7", playing center field, playing at a high level, a plus defender level, and doing the things he's doing on the offensive side. It's impressive. And you see the Yankees run they've been on throughout this whole year. I mean, a lot has to do with Aaron Judge, no question about it. But I just think when you're looking at Ohtani and you're looking at what he brings to the table, it's as special as he gets. Guy throwing 98 miles an hour. He's an ace. And then you see him on the offensive side. Oh, my goodness.
What a rip. Raleigh again.
Oh, my God.
Cal Raleigh muscles up for his second home run of the afternoon with authority.
Is that a cuidado piso mojado?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Have mercy.
Bring all the one-liners. This guy's a monster towards the bottom of the order these days. 18 home runs on the season. Didn't miss it.
Now up on the first tee, Kyle Riley. That ball was absolutely nuked. Oh, he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it. Backside pull, backside connection. Oh, man.
425 feet of glory.
Whew.
He really gets good lift on the baseball. He has advanced himself significantly with the offensive profile this year as Haggerty pops out to end the ninth. 4 home runs for the Mariners this afternoon, tying a season high. They've done it 5 times. 2 for Cal. Let's head to the last of the ninth.
Now pitching for the Mariners, number 67,
Keep YouTube Player of the Game joins us right now. There it is, the trophy.
Looks good. Proud to have it.
This is going up on the top shelves for sure.
I watch a lot of YouTube, so it's good.
I think this is the first time I'm holding a trophy on an interview, so it's pretty cool.
That's dope.
Anytime you get a trophy, it's usually a good thing.
I feel great. This is amazing.
Well, this is going to be right next to the TV, so I could just see it everywhere.
And who is the latest to win the YouTube Player of the Game trophy? Your choices. The poll's open. Let's go. Kirby, Haniger, Winker, Raleigh. We're looking at, in my mind, the front runner for this one. He's got 2 homers, catching a good game today for Seattle.
2 for 4, 3 RBIs.
It's got to be Cal Raleigh, right? That's my vote. Easy.
Mitch Haniger, 2 for 5, 1 RBI. Winker, obviously, with that rocket for a homer with 2 RBIs. But Cal Raleigh, my goodness.
A walk and 2 homers? Come on.
Come on.
Should be easy.
Yep.
Do your part. Vote now. Matthew Festa in the 9th for Seattle. 11-5 ball game. He's following the other Matthew. Brash in the 8th struck out the side for Seattle.
Tell you what, that was impressive.
It was ridiculous.
Yep.
It's Sierra, then Fletcher on deck, and we'll get one more at bat from Ohtani. Like that little stretch, little bend to the knees.
There's a short arm. It's quick action. It's got good spin rate right there. It's just 92, 93 miles an hour, but it kind of plays a little bit higher than that, a little more up.
Out of Brooklyn, New York. Roller right side, Santana. I got it. 1 away. Festa pitched a scoreless 8th yesterday. 9 pitches. He's on a roll right now, too. Entering this one, 3 earned runs. His last 20 appearances, 18 2/3. Jerry DiPoto's first ever draft class as Seattle GM. 7th round pick, signed for $5,000. What
awesome.
A take.
What a story.
Out of East Stroudsburg University, that's in Pennsylvania. Here's Fletch, who's reached base 3 times today.
You think Jerry DiPoto's pulling for him?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's great work by the hustlers in the scouting department in that Mariners front office.
He wanted that.
Fletch looked back for a second. He's like,
what
right?
do we got here?
Okay. Just checking.
Just want to make sure.
And that's in there. So this holds up. Mariners in a playoff position, holding a wild card seat. It'll stay that way. It's going to be a battle down the stretch, though. Ball 4. Fletcher is on to lead off the home 9th. Last time Shohei Ohtani was at the dish, he tripled. 2nd consecutive game he's done it. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Watch him fly.
Yeah, we can talk about Ohtani and all the special things he does, but for me, first time I saw him run, I was beyond impressed with the ability of how fast he gets around the bases. A very smart hitter, a very good pitcher, but a very, very good base runner. It's not just how fast you can run. It's the angles you take, how you touch the bases.
Runners going.
How do you spring yourself off of the bases as well? Fletcher took second base right there, so we'll double play.
They let him go.
Yeah. He's the one guy that I would never shift. I just think it plays to his advantage.
But they do it.
And for me, you see 3 guys on the right side, but I just think any backdoor sliders, any two-seamers away, all you got to do is kind of play pepper towards that hole. First round of BPs. I know they're trying to go possibly in here.
He's going to left center. A long way to the wall and gone.
Oh, man.
Shohei with number 27 on the season. State your MVP case.
My, oh my. What a talent. What a baseball player. You can wear that cowboy hat. Just a backdoor slider like we talked about. Waited a little bit longer for that to be able to extend his hands. Absolutely demolished right there. He knew as soon as that ball was hit, it was just a special sound to that ball and that bat.
Shift that to center.
He's put on an absolute show today. And I know, it's 11-7 ball game, a lot of runs. We knew that coming into today it was going to be one of those type of days. But, I mean, in this offense for the Angels, he has put an absolute display.
3 hits yesterday, and now this is his first 4-hit day of the season. First AB today for Jose Rojas, who replaced Rengifo after leaving with low back tightness. One more time, man. Shohei.
I mean, the connection with the backside is so smooth, so in tune with what he's trying to do at the plate. I mean, center cut right there on a slider and not trying to do too much. See the backside, everything's connected. So quiet. Look at that back elbow, how connected it is to his back ribs. Oh, man, that's how you teach it right there. Some type of talent right there.
Last year with his MVP finish, the bat was a little slower down the stretch. I think we're going to see the reverse this year.
I think
he's
so
on his
too.
way right now. He's had a powerful couple weeks. Rojas strikes out.
I think he's prepared himself. I also think that, during the All-Star game last year, he did so much that he just got it completely worn out. And I think this year, he kind of took it a little bit different. Not trying to do too much. He didn't pitch, just participated, got a couple at-bats, got a base hit in his first at-bat, but he kind of took it all in, and getting ready for that second half is huge for him.
Your number 1 starter, Angels fans, is slugging .519 with an .875 OPS and having the best pitching season of his big league career.
Unbelievable.
Taylor Ward in the air. And this should do it. J-Rod makes the catch. Game over. Mariners take the game and sweep the series in Anaheim. Final score today, 11-7. Ready for the postgame?
I'm in. Hey.
Oh, right. Little dance, as is customary now. Let's go. That'll be yonder. Back in Miami later. In the club. All right, let's hit it. We got a lot to do. Mic'd up, Adam Frazier we'll hear from. We've got multiple players to talk to live on YouTube. Post-game show, 30 minutes devoted to the Mariners and the Angels right now. Postgame show is presented by J. Crew. The Mariners take another one from the Angels. They sweep them. They improve to 64, or make that 65 and 54 on the season. They've won 3 in a row. They had a 14-game win streak heading into the All-Star break, and then we're a little bit shaky, but now kind of picking it up. But since the All-Star break, they're at 14 and 12. They had some tough competition during that stretch as well, like the Yankees and the Astros today, showing off the long ball and the baseball carries in Anaheim during the day. You know that. You've played in this park plenty, and it was on display this afternoon.
Yeah, Kyle Rowley was just phenomenal. I think Winker was phenomenal. Frazier kind of got everything started earlier on in the first couple innings, and we talk about Crawford with 3 walks. It was just an overall really good game by Seattle. And listen, we can't stop talking about Kirby, how well he pitched.
Hey, and we also were talking plenty about the guy he was playing catch with this afternoon. He joins us right now live. Cal Raleigh with not 1, but 2 home runs. Cal, congrats. Let's start with the bat. 2 homers. Which one did you like better? And take us through both of those ABs, if you would.
Yeah, I've been just trying to be soft, trying to look for something out over the middle, especially fastball and kind of adjust, and trying to be athletic up there, just trying to get a good pitch and square it up.
You are officially the YouTube player of the game. That means they have the trophy ready for you.
You get a trophy for that?
Yeah, you get a trophy for that. Absolutely. Your name's going to be engraved on it as well. We're showing both homers, and while we're showing them, wait, did you pick a favorite? Which one did you like better?
I don't know. The last one I got that one pretty good. So.
That's what I was waiting for. Like,
absolutely.
If you're not going to brag, Cal, we're going to do it for you, because that when bat made contact with baseball, it had that click, that major league click.
That's
when you
right.
watch a guy, you're like, that is a big league homer right there, and there's the trophy. You deserve it. 2-homer day. Feels good. Cal, congratulations on that. And also, guide us through what you saw from George Kirby this afternoon, who's just been so special as a rookie out of the rotation for the Mariners this year.
Yeah, George is great. He's awesome to work with. He competes. He goes out every time and competes, and he works really hard, and it's really fun to catch a guy like that. And some guy that fills up the zone, throws competitive pitches, always wants the ball in his hand. It's a lot of fun to be around.
Cal, your last 7 or 8 games have been much better. Talk a little bit about your adjustments. I know today you kind of felt great. I saw a little bit of that 2-striker approach. You choked down a little bit, but what's been working for you, man, these last couple weeks?
Yeah, just trying not to do too much. I feel like sometimes you get lost in trying to hit the ball too hard or trying to do too much with your swing, and all you really got to do is just square it up. You don't have to swing so hard. You don't have to take a big leg kick. You just square the ball up, and the rest will take care of itself.
Kyle, and from the defensive side, listen, you've been much better too as of late. Oh, baby, you needed that one.
That was cold.
Oh, well, you earned it. Doing that too, right? I mean, it's almost every game, especially when you're picking up dubs like this. It's also 90 degrees out, so probably feels decent, right?
It felt really good.
That felt really good. But I wanted to ask you about your defensive stuff. I mean, it's been phenomenal for you. Can you talk to me about what we saw today? As we can see, you just getting downpoured right there. Talk about Brash, talk about Festa, talk about Murphy. How important have those guys been in the bullpen?
They've been huge. They've done a great job. Every time their name's called, they've came through and they delivered. And they're comfortable coming in any situation. Whether it's the 5th or the 9th. They do a really good job, and our credit to our whole bullpen and staff. They do a great job getting those guys ready, and they stay ready.
Cal, last one's a little bit of a curveball for you here, but you were mic'd up for us, I believe, last year, and you were calling out like your favorite music artist. Who's your favorite artist? Remember all that?
Yeah, it was Cody Jenks.
Cody Jenks. Have you ever met him or
he ended
connected?
Up, after that game, he ended up reaching out, and it was I was in awe. I was crazy about it when I got to go to a concert and hang out with him this offseason.
There we go. Here we go.
All thanks to you guys. So.
Oh, it all came together. See, I remember I wrote down in my notes after that. I was like, we got to make that connection. It already happened organically. That's really cool. So you met him, you spoke, the whole deal. You guys friends now?
Oh, yeah. We follow each other on Instagram, so I guess that makes us friends.
Yes. Thank you, YouTube. So, it all comes full circle, and here we are again. See, I've been waiting a year to ask you that question. Cal, congrats. Awesome. I love that. And congrats on the performance today and the YouTube Player of the Game trophy and the dub. Enjoy the off day, and then good luck the rest of the season, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Cal Raleigh and the Mariners powering up. 4 home runs this afternoon, and he deserves this.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
66% of the vote. And he's behind the dish on a 90-degree day, catching heat.
Yeah.
2 homers. That's a tough position to play. Hey, you told your story before.
I tried it once and it was over for me. No more.
Just like I said at the end of every game. Game over.
Game over.
Back to the fields. Back out behind the dish. Cal having a great season for Seattle. There's one of them. 11-7. His team victorious. So much more to go on the post-game show. Amy G with an interview. We'll hear from Adam Frazier's mic all day as well. It's the post-game show presented by J. Crew, gorgeous Southern California, host of 18 total runs in this one. Mariners on top of the Angels, and they sweep them, and this is how it looked today and sounded. The big man. 3 hits yesterday. Opposite field triple. On the ground, that gets through. 3 infielders on the right side. He finds the right spot, and it's a 1-out single for Ohtani. In foul ground, catch is made by Suarez. That way, that's strike 3. George Kirby with a magnificent second inning. 3 up, 3 down. Base is loaded for Mitch Haniger. Haniger rips one into left. That's going to splash down and turn into 1 for Seattle. They break the ice. That's ball 4 to J.P. Crawford. That's another run. It's 2-0. Right. Oh, great. Santana comes through. And that's going to bring in 1. Here comes the next for Seattle. In there. There we go. Haniger scores the second run on the Carlos Santana 2 RBI knock to make it 4-0 Mariners. That one is going to drop into right field in fair ground. David Fletcher drives home the first run of the game for the Angels to make it 4-1.
Mitch Haniger looks like he fits in a Mariners uniform.
Agreed. Suarez deep to right, and that one is gone. Opposite field shot for Gino. Yeah, look out. Oh, that is scorched. It's leaving in a hurry, and it's off the top of the wall. That's gone, though. Past the yellow line. Solo shot for Raleigh. Make it 7-1 on his 17th of the year. Ripped into right. Sierra was going to hold up at first, and little trouble from Haniger in the corner. Makes it 2 bags with 2 outs. Up to shoot, and Ohtani comes through, and here comes Sierra to make it 7-2. 1-2 to Rengifo, and he comes through. Fair ball down the line. Fletcher, come on down. It's 7-3 on the RBI double. Frazier. Very Frazier-ish. You know, him and David Fletcher have a lot of similarities.
They do.
Trader Jerry. Oh, that's ripped by Winker. Giving it a ride, and that ball is gone.
Cuidado, piso mojado.
13th of the season for Winker. Did you ever translate that one in English for everyone?
Heads up! Wet floor!
Shohei Ohtani, look at him go down the line, and look at him race around, bring home Fletcher, and end up at third with a triple. Taylor Ward, sac fly in the 7th. So it's a 9-5 ball game. And let's fast forward a bit. After Ohtani scores into the 9th, our YouTube player of the game, Cal Raleigh, second home run in this one. Did he miss any of it? I don't believe so.
Cuidado, piso mojado.
So nice, got to say it twice. Last of the 9th, Ohtani.
Oh, man.
Got him.
Special player.
MVP candidate. Good for you, Cowboy. Last out. 11-7 your final. They're dancing. They're dancing. They're having a blast. It's a young ball club. It's got just a really good mix. There is some veteran influence. You've got some talent in the prime of their career, and then you've got the youngsters like Julio Rodriguez and company. M's take it 11-7. We spoke to Cal Raleigh and down to Amy G Live right now. Who else did we speak with just recently, Amy?
there were so many choices, you guys, and you were talking about it, pitching, really the storyline for the Mariners this season. But this series, their lineup and how very deep it can be when everybody's right and everybody's healthy. Guys, they scored 25 runs in this series sweep over the Angels, 11 of those coming today, 2 of them coming from the birthday boy. Happy 29th to Jesse Winker. We had a chance to catch up with him moments ago.
I feel like he struck me. What did he strike me out on my first at bat? Fastball, really good fastball up and away. He's got a good fastball. He's got one of those fastballs that has some hop at the top of the zone, and we were kind of battling there. And I was just looking for a heater up, and I just tried to turn fast and put the barrel on the ball.
It worked. What you did worked. And, pitching in defense, you know this more than anyone. It wins ball games. And Kirby started things off great for you today. But let's talk about your lineup and all the ways that you can get people, because third inning, you guys kept the line moving, but then you showed your pop with 4 home runs today. What is that like to be a part of?
Oh, it's great. Our pitching staff has carried us all season. They've been unbelievable, but to have a game like today, like you said, we have a deep lineup. We have Cal Raleigh. He's really coming into his own. He's a premier player in this league. So much fun to watch him. Obviously he had the 2 homers today, but he does a great job behind the plate, and he's got such a bright future ahead of him. You guys should really be talking to him.
They are.
Oh, they are. Great. I'm glad that
we're way ahead of you on that one.
I'm glad you guys are. No, it's a deep lineup. It's a fun team. Like you said, we pitch very well and we play outstanding defense. But we can also hit.
For sure. You guys have a really deep lineup. All right, let's talk a little bit about your manager, Scott Service. Earlier today, we talked to him. Of all the years he's managed, Jesse, he said this team is his favorite. That's a big statement. How much fun is it to play for him? What does he do that makes it fun?
Oh, it's a pleasure. We have a cool staff here. It's we have our own routine, and we have a lot of fun. And it's a great clubhouse, as you can see. And our staff keeps it very loose. They give us freedom, but when it's time to work at the same time. So it's a good vibe here.
Last question for you. A lot of excitement building around this team. You currently hold a playoff spot. It's been a long time since the Mariners were in the playoffs. I talked to a couple of guys, and they said, we're not talking about getting back to the playoffs. We're talking about being good enough to be in the playoffs. How do you balance the excitement that's building with knowing you got 40-plus games still to go?
Yeah, I think you take it one day at a time. We've done that all year. So I don't think over the course of the next 40-ish games we're going to change that for any reason. Obviously, there's excitement in the city because it is a baseball city, and there's a lot of passionate fans there. But I was 8 years old in 2001, and I feel like a lot of the guys here, they were even younger than that. So we feel the excitement, but it's our job to play, and it's our job to do what we can to just win a ball game. You can only win one game at a time, right? Like, you can't go on a 40-game winning streak in one day. So we're just looking at the task at hand, and but we appreciate the excitement. We have these home games we play. It's filled, like we feel it. We feel the excitement and energy, and it really motivates us and it really drives us, and it can carry you through August and September. So whoever's listening in Seattle, this is we need you guys. So yeah.
All right, and to wrap, what are you doing on your birthday? You get like a cake, a favorite meal?
Yeah, so my brother and sister-in-law sent 2 boxes of crumble cookies. So I'm gonna go eat a cookie, and then when we land in San Francisco tonight, I'm gonna eat a nice dinner somewhere and then smoke a Davidoff cigar. So that's what I'm doing for my birthday. Oh, I'm gonna FaceTime my daughter too.
A perfect birthday, Jesse. Thank you so much. Congratulations and happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right. Well, happy 29th to Jesse. And it was clear who the player of the game was in Cal, you guys. But I want to just throw in an alternate, and that would be Logan Gilbert. And the abuse that he suffered in the 3rd inning and the contribution he made on his day off. They scored 4 runs when he was on headset with you guys. And I just think you should consider him. Gentlemen.
Should we consider him?
He's a toss-up. No question about it.
He took a beating probably more than any other player this year, and it was the controversy of should he stay on. It all worked out for his ball club, but they were giving it to him.
Yeah, they were.
He's a young guy on
Absolutely.
the roster. That was awesome. Amy G, thank you. And to Jesse Winker, happy birthday. Always an awesome interview, too. And cheers to you. Cheers with the cookies, too. I got one in my hotel room. I'm going to get one after this. Anyway, Shohei Ohtani was also awesome on the other side. 4 for 5, his first 4-hit game of the season, and just once again showing off that he has more tools than anyone on the planet.
Yeah, I just think for me it's just pure hitting ability is unbelievable. The hand-eye coordination is there. He understands what pitchers are trying to do to him. He's not trying to do too much. He takes his chances to slug, but overall just an incredible player, incredible human. Obviously when we talk about the MVP odds and what's happening with Aaron Judge and the Yankees, but Shohei Ohtani is definitely on that top.
2 singles, a triple, and finished his day with a 2-run bomb. We're looking at it. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Everything off the bat today that turned into success was 100+.
Yeah.
No surprise. He squares up the baseball, and he is strong as heck. He is the all-around ball player, and of course, you see what he can do on the mound, too. We saw it the other day in his matchup against Luis Castillo. Unfortunately, his team falls. 11-7 your final score. Still have a lot to do. Adam Frazier was mic'd up. We want to hear from it. And Curious Creators, your questions that you asked throughout the game will be answered by Yonder and myself coming up. Surf's up. Yonder in 20 minutes.
Cool,
you
dude.
need it on the waves. Adam Frazier had a day, too, with Seattle both at the plate and on the hot mic.
I'll try to get on base for you. Said I'll try to get on base for you. Beautiful Wednesday in Anaheim. Oh, you know you angel. Carl, how you doing, man? Doing all right? Yeah, how we going today? What's up, Nick? Doing all right? Yeah, I heard that. One day at a time, right? How we go? How you doing today? You doing all right? Good to see you. Good to see you. You too. Where y'all heading?
San Diego.
I got it. Good, you? Hey, you don't steal anymore? What happened? They say no? Hey, you remember 2015, the Premier 12? Why'd they take you out in the 7th against Korea? You remember? I played on the USA team in that tournament, so we were watching you pitch. That's fun. Tokyo Dome? The songs? Yeah. The band in the outfield? Yeah. If he doesn't throw that front door 2-seam right here, I'm going to be pissed. I can see that off the bat.
Where's home for you? I know I got you.
I'm from Georgia, but I live in Nashville now. Okay. Yeah. I've been there for 7 years. It is hot. It feels like home. I like it. Need some clouds. Yeah, I got a little rooftop deck in my place.
Yeah.
It overlooks Lake Union. The seaplanes flying out there all day. Oh, a cup of coffee in the morning is pretty good. Uh-oh. Got him. Hey, Toma! Oh, got him. Get up. Ah, dirty dog. Hi, baby. Wait. They told you I was mic'd up?
They told us before the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, we always ask.
Yeah. Hey, that two-seam's kind of nasty, huh? That little front door two-seam he runs in. Nah. He just started doing that a couple of weeks ago.
It starts sitting like
It's hard to cover. He broke that out a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, dude. He's young. He's young, too. It's impressive.
Come on, George.
Get these guys out here. Let's go. Execute. Do team dinner tonight? Hey, we should do the team dinner in San Fran tonight, huh?
Let's do it.
Ow. You're good, you're good. Let's take care. Have fun in San Diego. Hi, baby. Oh. Hi, boys. Hi, babies. Nice job.
Hey, Cowboys. Hey,
hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey.
Oh, we're on? Sorry.
We're on.
Appreciate you, Adam Frazier. That was awesome mic'd up
You
content
know what I love?
today. What?
Hey, team dinner.
I'm
not paying for it, but team dinner. Come on, guys. Team dinner after a sweep.
Who's got the big contracts on the team?
There's a couple guys. Robbie Ray.
Oh, Robbie Ray for sure.
Suarez, and at some point, a credit alignment for Julio Rodriguez. Why not?
You know he's getting paid eventually, right? Lock him up, maybe in the offseason. Ready for curious creators? Answer some questions. I'm
in.
Live chat was buzzing all day long. And let's start with Joshua. Who is the most underrated team in Major League Baseball?
I think when you look at Seattle, I think that's one of them. When you talk about, I think so much goes unnoticed. I think Baltimore as well, especially with their bullpen, is just as nasty as the Seattle Mariners bullpen. I think they're a team to be reckoned with. But when you talk about Seattle and you talk about the players and what they've done this year, I think it's impressive.
I have one more. Cleveland Guardians leading the American League Central. Boom, we got them next week on YouTube. Guardians and the Mariners. Next up, Mike, if Ohtani leaves, where should he go? So, okay, that's a good way to phrase it. Next year, after this season, in 23, if Ohtani's free agent, where would you sign? Where's a good spot?
I think there's two teams that are going to be in the hunt for it. I think obviously the Yankees are going to be in play if they don't sign Judge long term. But the one team that I think it's really going to make a big factor is the Giants. A lot of payroll execution is going to be completely gone, and I think they have a weapon and they have kind of the sources to kind of get this done. I think the Giants are going to make a huge push for them.
Dodgers will make a run, but I'm with you. I think the Giants have a lot of big spending coming up over the next couple of years.
There's a lot of money coming off the books, too.
Yes. So I think they're going to be in on Aaron Judge, too.
I think on both of them, especially Judge being from that side of town. Imagine those two, Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, back-to-back. My goodness.
2024, that could be your San Francisco Giants. I think Ohtani wants to stay left coast. I'm with you. Why not? Winky Jones, Mariners going to the playoffs.
I think so. I think this is the year. I think they have the ability. I think they have the players. When you look at what they've done this year. They're winning one-run games. When you're winning one-run games, man, anything's possible. And you know, they've been able to play tough games. I think the last 2 weeks of the season are going to be very important for them. I think that stadium's going to be rocking, and it is a very tough place to play come late September.
I think they've got it all going this year. I think the talent's there. I think the schedule down the stretch is there. Right now, they have the easiest remaining strength of schedule, and to me, that definitely matters. Like, they don't have to go up against all these AL East foes the rest of the way. Is Julio Rodriguez the American League Rookie of the Year?
Book it. Count it.
Book it.
Yep, he's my guy. I think when you look
it's
at
close, though.
It's close. I think Ali Rushman's up there, but you know, when you look at what he's done in center field, playing plus defensive center field, obviously we know the ability of what he brings to the table, especially when he was gone for a little bit of that time, a couple weeks. They needed him, and when he came back, he's been an absolute reckon with. Obviously today, I think he went 0 for 5, but certainly he is an absolute monster. I think you book it. He's the American League Rookie of the Year.
All-around ball player, too. He was 0 for 5, but he hits, fields, he runs, he's got it going, and he's had some really strong moments.
He's got the mojo in the clubhouse, man. He's that quiet leader.
But, yeah, instant respect. Austin, can the Mariners keep up their dominant bullpen this year? Oh, yeah.
I don't see a reason why.
It's not like 2 guys.
No, they have about 6 or 7 guys. Look, we saw some guys today. Walsh was absolutely nasty. I mean, they definitely have the guys. Saw what Kirby did today. I mean, look, I think when you look at the playoffs, it becomes kind of that 3 horsemen when it comes to the pitching rotation. Then the rest of those guys kind of go into the bullpen as well. So that bullpen will be even stronger than what they have now.
I was so impressed by Matt Brash today, too, and he's not a high leverage guy for
unbelievable,
them
nasty.
At the moment. Okay, guess where we're going next week? More across the country. Rack up those air miles. Seattle against the Cleveland Guardians. It's a great matchup for us coming your way on YouTube next week. And then we'll be in Chicago back-to-back weeks. White Sox and then the Cubs to finish out our YouTube campaign. So, yes, we are back next Thursday. Emerald City. It's J-Rod. It's the M's. It's J-Ram. And the Guardians. Don't forget about what Ramirez has done for Cleveland this year. Coverage begins 3:30 Eastern time with our pregame show. For my guy Yonder Alonso, the great Amy G, our super stacked crew behind the scenes, always bringing it. I'm Scotty Braun, logging out for now. Mariners take it 11-7 over the Angels. This has been the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by J. Crew. See you next week.